going. I was doing something. You know that you know in Super Mario Odyssey, you know when you go into the hat shop in New Donk City, and you talk to the man, and he goes, "I just want today," and that's what he says. That's me. That's me, everyone. In the fucking saga of Matt trying to ship things internationally after Brexit. Thanks, Brexit. Fucking global Britain, making it hard for a small British business to do business. Thanks, Brexiters, you fucking useless cunts. I'm actually quite angry about it. Hello. Anyway, I've come up with an actual solution now, and I'm going to ship all the international prints tomorrow, which is why I'm doing this now. I'm going to show you what I have to do. It's the rare time. That's right. It's webcam time. Wow. So, if you were here and past, you would know my pain about customs forms. I was trying to come up with some God damn it. My office is just, I'm surrounded by paper and labels and fucking box. I was trying to come up with a solution to ship the international. Oh, it's mirrored. That's not right. What's that about? What's that? What's that about? Huh? What are you doing? What? What's that? Hang on. Apparently, Windows automatically uninstalled the webcam driver. Obviously. What? Obviously they fucking uninstalled the webcam driver. And then when I open the webcam software, like, you don't have the Logitech driver installed, you should install it, but it does not give me a link to install it, nor a button, nor tell me how or where to get it. It just says you should install it. Anyway, when is it a shit webcam? It's the most popular webcam in the fucking world! Yeah. Hang on. Wait. I'll install the fucking Logitech webcam software. Wait, can I mirror it in OBS? Wait. I'll figure it out. Hang on. God almighty. My life. Technology is just the worst thing. You know that? Technology is just the worst thing. Why do we even have technology? Okay, I flipped it. I've just moved the thing. Hang on. You can flip it in OBS. It's just obviously in a slightly awkward way because OBS is designed with the Windows 95 method of product design in unuser friendliness and everything hates you. Yep. Anyway, there we go. That's done. And back to the thing. Oh, look, it's not mirrored anymore. Wow. Anyway, I'm going to show you. So, if you don't know about the UK mailing system, it works. There are many types of letter. There is a normal letter. There is a large letter, small parcel, medium parcel, and large parcel. They are priced differently, and they are in ranges. So small parcels may be between certain weights and certain sizes. You know, it's not an exact thing. It's just, if you're in the product band, you charge. Now, when we ordered these are large letters, not normal-sized letters, large letters. And they're only large letters by 2 centimeters on this side. Now, the reason they have a bit of space is just to give it a bit of give the prints a bit of breathing room. Because then if the package gets damaged on the edge or something like that, it's not going to damage the thing. Was the idea. Now, you'll notice I've opened this envelope. There's a reason for that, because I'm going to have to unpack all of these. All the ones that we packed the other week, I'm going to have to unpack all of them, because I am instead putting them in slightly smaller envelopes. Which is super fucking annoying. Because customs forms, right? The customs forms that I need to do, there's no way I can do them by hand. I can't fill all 200 out by hand. Both from a time perspective and a legibility, because they have to be machine readable and really anal. I tried printing them off myself. I got told the UK Customs Border Force is really anal about it, and will basically keep denying it even if they're not completely perfect. I have still not been in contact with Royal Mail Business because they are being an absolute pain in the fucking ass. To actually sort me out a business method to print off those customs labels. But here's the solution. Normal sized envelopes do not need customs labels. Only large and above. And you'll notice they're basically the exact same dimensions aside from this bit. Oh, what's that? It actually fits perfectly inside a normal sized envelope. This has 2 benefits. Not only do I not need a customs form, but these are £3 cheaper to ship. £3! This extra 2 centimeters accounts for £3 extra in shipping costs. Ridiculous. This is mostly post-Brexit stuff. I actually calculated, fun fact, that, and I said this was half as a joke to Daniel, but it was legitimately a thing. It would have been cheaper and easier for me, right, to take all of the international ones, right, to take all of them, put them in a suitcase, fly to Dublin, and then post them from Dublin. Because they don't need customs forms shipping from Ireland. Not only that, but shipping costs are half the price in Ireland. Ridiculous! It would have been cheaper. It would have been hundreds of pounds cheaper, even with the flights. That felt stupid. So I'm not doing that. It's a cook why you used to be going on about testing. Because, well, the problem with this is Rebecca and Daniel got this section, and I got this section. These two did not meet until I got them in-house, because you buy these in bulk. These come in packs of 100. They're big. We didn't want to ship them all to Daniel's because I'm packing them. This is the whole point of this month. That's why I only bought enough of these to do the first month. I didn't buy any more, just in case we needed to dish them. Now, this does waste cardboard. These, I'm going to recycle them. It's a waste. Alas, what can I fucking do? Replacing them is actually cheaper. Like, the actual extra cost of buying these new envelopes is still cheaper. We're actually saving money doing this, ridiculously. And I don't have to do customs forms, and they actually get out to you sooner. Ridiculous. So, I went with 2. So, I bought 2. I bought 200 of one and 100 of another. Actually, where's the other one? Hang on. So, we buy these from a company called Priory Direct. They do packing supplies and business mailers. And they give stuff an eco score. They give stuff an eco score, which they've got as part of their eco score here. 100% biodegradable, 100% recycled and recyclable, plastic free, and it's eco packaging. It's got a 4 out of 5 eco rating. We also need something to be rigid, reasonably rigid, so we don't have to put any cardboard inside it to keep these from bending. So I have bought 2 new types of envelope from Priory Direct. Now, there is a very large difference between them, even though it doesn't look it, because these mailers, about 20p each. About 20p each for these. These ones, about 14p each. This one, 80p. I could buy 4 of these for 1 of these. I don't know. Now, there's 2 reasons for that. It is it is much higher quality. It's from a brand called Compact. And this, so they have the same GSM. They're both all using 350 GSM cardboard. All of them have the same eco rating. This has 4 out of 5. This has 4 out of 5. However, this Compact has 5 out of 5. The 5th eco rating is that it's climate neutral. So a lot of the extra cost in this is it being a more climate neutral from a more reputable brand, and it being higher quality. Now, I was doing tests for packing these because I bought like 200 of each just to test them. And today I'm going to be shipping them because they're both the right size. However, these ones where you have to load them vertically, they're a bit tight. They're a bit tight. They're still as rigid, and they're a bit more difficult to get out. I don't like these as much. I like these a lot. These load horizontally, much like the other ones. They load comfortably, and they're easy to pull out once you get them. I prefer these. Now, part of the consideration here, I've been doing on a budgeting. Sorry, I'm talking about budgeting of cardboard. I know it's very exciting, I'm aware. So I'm also going to turn my fan on because I'm very hot. Fan. But here's the thing. Even though this is a 60p more expensive than this would cost £3 extra to ship. So this is actually £2 cheaper than this solution overall. The question becomes about using these because it's the same price. Now, I'm leaning toward because in the UK, shipping a large letter versus a normal size letter, the difference is 30p. The shipping difference is 30p. Like shipping this versus this saves 30p overall. Obviously, that does not offset the extra 60p. So my current leaning is basically to keep shipping UK ones in these, because I do really like these. I think these are really nice and high quality. And the price of sending large letters is whatever in the UK. But internationally, I kind of want to use these ones. Obviously, they're way more expensive. But an important thing internationally, obviously, is that it has to travel a lot further. So it being well protected is quite important. And while these are both pretty decent quality, this is a higher quality. It's using better quality glue. It's a better quality card. They're about the same, there's the same thickness of card. Like the actual flex in them. Oh god, that's got a lot of glare because they're white. They've got similar amounts of flex in them. They both have the same rigidity in the corners. I just prefer these. They're easier to load. Is it more expensive in the EU and North America? Well, thankfully you ask magically, Eli, because do you want to see £500 worth of stamps? Blam! So, this is £500 worth of stamps, or 400. It's around, whatever. A lot of money. This is where most of the money, this is where most of the money goes. Well, this is where most of the cost comes in. Well, literal cost anyway. So, there's two different stamps here. Red and blue. These blue ones are £1.70 stamps, and these red ones are £2.55 stamps. Blue are for the Europe, red are for the rest of the world. If these were under 20 grams, what was that? If these were under 20 grams, they would all be the same price. They would all be £1.70 internationally, no matter where they were going. However, because they're at 60 grams each, and as a result, the pricing is different. So yeah, £2.50 for a stamp. But keep in mind, I was expecting to pay £4.20. So it's a little cheaper. It's just a bit. There's a slight problem, I realise. See these stamps, these £2.50 stamps? These are all the post office had. I bought all of them, which should be enough, but 75 stamps should be enough for the non-EU ones, because we've got 170 to ship, 165-ish. So that should be about right. Close enough that any ones that are excess I can do manually. And then these are for the so they weren't quite clear if it was the EU or Europe, because they're slightly different things. I'm gonna have to double check, because they have the website. This has been a massive faff, but now I know what I'm doing. My decision now is I'm not going to work with Royal Mail Business, because they are messing me the fuck around, even trying to get in contact with them to give them my business. Something that you may not know is the post office, the company post office, and Royal Mail are different, separate businesses. They are not the same thing. The post office is not Royal Mail, and Royal Mail is not the post office. Yeah, they're a separate thing. Privatization. The post office is a private enterprise. It is obviously government run, but they are separate businesses. So post office services are different to Royal Mail services. They're just obviously intertwined forever. Yeah. It's a whole thing. This is mainly down to the UK's weird half privatization of everything, because David Cameron's government, they kind of wanted to privatize everything, but not fully. So they just sort of half did it. Where, in the US, basically everything's privatized aside from the UPS. Or not UPS, the US Postal Service, whatever. Everything's privatized fully. Whereas in the UK, they took public business and sort of sold bits of them off to contractors under franchises. So, for example, the UK train system, at least until now, because they're reversing it. The government owned the tracks, they owned the routes, and they technically owned the train. Sort of. They would contract out operation and give them the franchise to operate, but it was the government who set the times and the fares and the routes. But it's still half price. Like, the NHS is public, But a lot of things involved in the NHS are private, like companies that source, for example, like if you needed a lift to help you get in the bath and you needed an occupational therapist to come install it in your house, the company that the occupational therapist would have to get that off is a private company working for the NHS, not the NHS. But you're getting it as part of the NHS. Half privatization, right? The Royal Mail is owned publicly, I'm pretty sure. The post office is not. It's a private business. But again, wasn't it Blair's government? Yeah, Blair's government also did a lot of shit. The point is, the UK is a mess because they sort of are half doing everything. Still one way or the other. I don't want it to be privatized, but if you're going to privatize it, at least fucking commit. And they've realised it's shit because Boris Johnson's government have went, oh god, this half privatisation of the NHS is a bit shit, isn't it? Oh, this half privatisation of the rail system is a bit shit, isn't it? To the point that they are bringing all rail companies back under public ownership. And they've realised that the NHS being so fragmented as it is has been really, really inefficient for dealing with the pandemic. So they're bringing back everything under public ownership in the NHS as well. Fascinating that Boris Johnson is the man to to bring back public railways and public. That's weird, isn't it? How odd. Also, why is Boris Johnson the fucking world leader that's most fighting for climate change in the rich countries? Why is that have to be? Why does Boris Johnson, out of all people, have to be the one who's actually doing the most on climate change on the world stage? That's annoying. That's a good thing. The railways aren't going to be public. More public than they are now. More public than they are now. Anyway, so my plan here is that I have to do today. I have to do this tonight. All of this tonight. I have to unpack all the ones I've already packed. I have to repackage them into these, and I have to put stamps on them and labels on them. I reprinted all the labels. Now, there is a problem here. There is a glaring problem, which I cannot really resolve. Sorry, I'm walking over to get this box. The stickers that are on the outside, these ones, they're not intended to be removed. They're very much intended as a shipping mark. They're not intended as a collectible or anything. They're just intended to communicate on the outside of the envelope that this is from us, right? That's the point of them. We're going to replace it with a physical stamp in future, probably, but for now, this is the temporary solution for this. These aren't really meant to be taken off at all. They're cheap. So, I don't have enough to put them. I've got quite a few more. I do not have enough to do the other 170. So, yes, some people will not get stickers on their thing. I am sorry. This is the situation. Heat gun fan them off. No, they're not. They're cheap. They're really cheap stickers. They're not meant to. These are not fancy stickers. They're fairly cheap stickers. They're paper that will rip off. They're not meant to come off. I do not have a heat gun. Come on, the sticker. And I am not going to spend the amount of time that it would take me to get all these off and put them in the other envelopes is not worth it, frankly. As I say, these are just meant to go in the packaging. They're not part of what you're getting. It's just a little, this is from Nerdcube thing. I'm sorry that's annoying, but outside of buying more of these, which we could do, yeah, that's the situation. So, sorry. But I will put as many as I can on. So basically, I'm going to unpack them, repack them. I'm going to do the column packs first. I'm going to do them first. Because I want to point out, by the way, these take up a lot less space, these column packs. Make sure my address isn't visible. No. These column packs, they take up a lot less space. Like, this is a box of 100. Like that's actually really manageable. So I'm actually really tempted by these because they're a lot more space efficient as well. I should put your business cards in the stuff sticker. No. Magically, that in later months you could totally put the stickers. Well, okay. So these stickers, these packaging stickers, they're not. They're on a sheet like this. They're not meant to be cut off and put on separately. These were bought explicitly for one purpose, to put on these outside. I'd say the point is to do it as a stamp in future. That's all they're for. They're not meant as a collectible thing. But yes, I'm gonna repackage them into this one at a time. I said they fit pretty perfectly in these because these are A5 pieces of paper. Oh, well, they're A5 prints that are in them. Let's put a box. I'm just awkwardly. I'm going to do this in segments. And how you're going to see it is I'm going to off camera. I'm going to open one of the ones because these ones I've already packed. They all have the address labels on them already. So I'm going to rip these open, pull out the print, put that over there, and do that. This is slightly awkward, but literally, it's just... This has been marred with more red tape, as I rip off red tape, than I expected, and it's basically all because of Brexit. Pretty much entirely because of Brexit, which is really annoying. And what I'm doing now is stupid. The fact I'm repackaging already packaged and labeled with all stickers on is stupid. It's stupid. The fact I'm unpacking them is stupid, and I hate that I'm wasting. These envelopes. But I'm going to recycle them responsibly because there is just not really another option. There is no practical way for me to properly fucking do these. I can't do the customs forms. I can't print them off myself. I cannot fill them out by hand myself because they require a lot of information. And me and Rebecca were discussing the idea of just doing them by hand, or Rebecca doing them by hand. We need about 200 of them. They have to have the full business address on, fully. They have to have a complete description of the items in it. So art print times 2, sticker times 1, the weight of each individual item, the value of each individual item, which I determined is the actual value that it cost to physically make, because it's a piece of card, it was basically nothing. The quantity of each item, the HS tariff number, which is a very long number that says what it is for international customs, and then our VAT number, and it's going to be signed and dated, each of them individually. And it has to be in block capitals, and it has to be machine readable. So if it's not perfectly legible, it will be sent back. And these customs labels are quite small, actually. Do I have... Ah, there it is. Right, so... this is a test one I did. This customs label on the back is what you get from the post office, and I printed out my own little to put on top of it. They said this wouldn't be okay, customs would send this back. I cannot fill all this in. You can see how small this is. This text is the right size. Like, I cannot fill that out by hand. Like, I don't think that's a reasonable thing to fill out by hand. Like, especially these numbers, because if these aren't right, they will send them back. That's a lot of information for 200 times. So, no. Not doing it. It's just not feasible at all. It's ridiculous. So it's unpacking all of these now, which again, stupid. Putting them in these new ones. I'm going to put them in a box, and then once these are packed, I'm going to pick them up again, and I'm going to put the stickers and stamps on them. Well, I'm going to put the stickers on them, and the address. Put stickers and address labels on them. Whatever. I'm going to do this in process like I did the last few times. Do you have to handwrite them? Yes, Tustin. Because the problem with these, there's two different ones. This is a CN22B. A normal CN22 form you can print off. A CN22B, which is required, needs a barcode on the bottom, and that barcode has to be unique for every single label. You cannot print these off. This label is only available from the post office. It doesn't have to be hand filled out. It's just there's no way to do it not by hand. The only options I could see, okay, you can see the light from my compressor flashing. The only options I could see were to physically get a stamp made and stamp them. Oh, thanks, Alligator. Gotta go past my test for work. Thank you. Have fun, Alligator. Physically stamp them, get custom stamps made, which just felt ridiculous. Or, there was no way to print on the label that they'd given me. It's like a roll. And I couldn't print directly onto those labels. And I thought this solution would be fine because I've sized this to be the exact same size as the information on it. It's just slightly over. It's still got the barcode on. It's got all the information and it's got the barcode on. This should be fine, but I was told by the post office that while it should be fine, the UK Border Force and Customs are incredibly fucking anal and would send that back. Because any of these that weren't filled out right would get sent back to that address or thrown away. And even if we could hand fill them out, I am uncomfortable with the fact that a lot of them just might not make it through customs. That's ridiculous. I hate that. And if I don't need to put a fucking customs form on, I'm gonna do that. Because it's just ridiculous. I'll say I am sorry, but that's how it has to be. Say I'm gonna recycle all of these. They are meant to be thrown away after all, which is something. I mean, I don't feel like I'm. At least I'm not throwing away something that's not meant to be thrown away. I just wish I could have got some fucking use out of them. But this is the first month. This is the whole point of the first month, and this is why I only bought enough for 1 month, because this is to test, isn't it? That's the whole point, is to test. That's the whole deal, is testing them, making sure they work out, and fixing it if it doesn't work properly. That's the point. That's what I want them. Do something with them. They're biodegradable. Make them into compost. So, the reality is annoying. But welcome to international shipping logistics, everyone. What a fun time we're having. That was annoying as well, because when I had to reprint off all the labels for the address labels. But how I was managing the address labels, because Patreon's backend isn't very good, a lot of the address labels I basically had to print off, like, independently of the spreadsheet they gave. About a good, like, 50 of them I had to print off separately from the spreadsheet they gave me. Because they either hadn't included the person's name in the spreadsheet, or because we had to work around it because they backed for another month or something. It was ridiculous, but the point is, I had to manually go through every single envelope and confirm I had reprinted off the label, so somebody wouldn't be missed. Because when I printed off the label, that was my sort of, my management method was very much like, oh, once the label's printed off, that's sort of done in my head, because the label's physically there and printed and done, and it's fine. But now, I have to go through. This has been a whole process, and the fact I'm having to repack them, I think, is ridiculous. I am very annoyed about all of this. But this is the one practical solution. That is fast as well, because the other solutions we had were solutions. They were either just way more expensive, way more of a faff, or way slower, or all three. Most were all three. Whereas these, I'm shipping these tomorrow. Every other option has it shipping in a couple of weeks, and I'm sick of how long these have taken. These are already, like, almost an entire fucking month late, and I'm not delaying them any fucking more. Not only because I don't like that people haven't got them, but also, they're fucking taking up space in my office! I want them fucking gone! So help me God! So help me fucking God. So help me. But I do like these. I like these a lot. There is a concern with any of them, even the other ones, even the ones in these, that they, because domestically I wasn't really worried about them getting damaged at all, but internationally we have quite a worry about them getting bent or something. But we're taking every reasonable precaution so they don't get bent. That's the plan. This is so ridiculous. If they're not melt tomorrow, then the box will slowly continue off. Well, the whole thing is, in the other methods, I wouldn't be able to ship them basically until I got the next set of prints. I don't want 2 fucking sets of prints, because not only is that going to confuse me, but also, my office is already a mess. But as I say, I felt it was important to test, like, this month, as I say, I was expecting to waste stuff. I was expecting packaging materials to be wasted. Like, I printed off loads of labels and I had to throw them all away and redo them. This is the first month. We were expecting, as I say, we're expecting hiccups. That's the whole sort of point of, I said, I only bought enough material of everything to just, like, I didn't buy them in bulk. So, in future, after I've tested all of these, I'm going to probably buy... I don't know, I can't even reuse these, because they're pull-tabbed. I can't... Because in future, I'll still probably use these for UK ones. I just can't, because I can't... I can't properly open them and reuse them, and they have someone's label on them. Fucking reason them would be the biggest fucking fanny in the world. Whatever. Price of winter, this will be a test. I'll mark my calendar like you're sending it tomorrow. I'll update what time it takes. Yeah, I don't know, because depending on where it is, I've been told that sometimes for some places it could take up to 6 weeks potentially. There's lots of countries that go into obviously local mail and stuff like that. This will be easier. They should get quicker because we're setting them this way. Because one of the not only does this not having a customs form make it easier for me, but obviously because it doesn't have a customs form on it, it doesn't need to be checked by customs in both the departing country here and the arrival country, which hopefully means it should be delivered significantly faster because it doesn't have to sit and wait getting through fucking customs. Because it's a weird thing to go through customs because from a customs perspective, because I looked into this because I was a bit confused on how to value them. But because from a customs perspective, because these aren't actually things you're buying, which I know sounds a bit odd, but like this isn't a thing you haven't given us £15 and you've gotten a receipt and you're like, I'm buying this print. Like it's like the closest example is joining a fan club and you're getting a thing sent out. So from a customs perspective, the value of this is only the value of of the actual cardboard, like the physical literal materials, not because it doesn't have a sale price. Easley Cookie, are UK customs saying about things arriving in the UK only going out? They're both. Both. It's why a lot of international companies won't ship to the UK anymore. They just won't. I cannot buy things from lots of companies because they will not ship to the UK because they do not want to deal with all of the extra faff to just ship one thing to the UK. Because they have put a lot of really specific customs forms on them just to ship them to the UK, and loads of people just don't bother, which is really annoying because I can't buy things from a lot of companies anymore that I used to. Great Global Britain! Yeah, fuck me. Fucking Brexit. So fucking, it pisses me off especially because like a lot of the arguments for Brexit were like, oh, it's going to help small businesses, and you know that was the thing. There was argument that it was being done by people who had money and businesses, and as a business who is a UK business and isn't earning it. I mean, we're not earning loads of money or anything, but we're not poor, right? This is bad for us. Who the fuck is this good for? I'm confused. Because UK farms can't sell to the EU now, a lot of them. So we have less of a market. A lot of work can't be imported anymore, so a lot of stuff isn't even getting done. We can't export stuff easily, and we can't import stuff easily. So who the fuck is this working for? Like, move country. Well, legitimately, as I say, I could have just taken all of these to Ireland in a suitcase and shipped them from Ireland. It would have been fucking easier. Actually, I say it would have been easier. I don't know if it would have been easier, but it wouldn't have been that hard. Which I know sounds ridiculous, but like I used to fly to Ireland every week. Like I've flown to Ireland a lot from Liverpool, and it's a 25-minute flight. It's a 25-minute flight. Even getting a cab to a post office in Dublin wouldn't be too hard. International postage is half the price as it is in the UK for some fucking reason. Don't need a fucking customs form on anything. And something I quite liked. Oh, quite, I haven't got my happens today. Just want to say thanks for all the hassle you go through. I'm glad it's working for something. I don't know why the sounds aren't coming through. Oh well. Which you've had issues at the border? No. Okay, there's two things you've got to understand with the Irish-English border. So obviously, one of the biggest problems with Brexit is the Irish-English border, because if you're Irish, the EU national status is different. Ireland and England have Ireland and the UK have a lot of really specific treaties, which lets anyone in Ireland come to England visa-free and stay indefinitely. And you know, goods checks at the border, for example, for like freight and stuff, are having to be done between Northern Ireland and England, or the UK, the rest of the UK, the Great Britain. But the thing is, when you go through customs in Ireland, it's not like you don't have that declaration. These aren't worth anything. The thing is, this will just fly through customs. They're not worth anything. No one fucking gives a shit. It's just all the red tape is the problem. It's not trying to get. It's just trying to deal with it rather than anything. And you know, I am an Irish citizen. I am an Irish national. I have an Irish passport. You know, I going to Ireland. There's no fucking skin off my nose. You assume you have to be an Irish citizen with an Irish passport. Yes, you click cookie. That is true. You do have to be an Irish national. Here's the thing: I have dual citizenship, so traveling between here in Ireland is fucking easy shit for me. I debated this because I still have freedom of movement. I can still move to fucking EU if I wanted to and live there indefinitely. I just don't know. I don't really know where to go. And one of the problems is, let's see, we're a UK company. And even if I move out of fucking the UK, the company's still going to be based in the UK. Its fucking employees are based in the UK. The whole point is, faff. Faff. Faffy faff faff. Faffy faffy faff faff. Big faff. Big faff today. So I went to check. I packaged a couple of these beforehand and I went to the post office. I went, okay, I just need to confirm what exact stamps I need, and if I wanted to double check everything before I started packing them. And yes, they don't need customs forms, and I obviously got all the stamps. But I went to the Apple store. Which is something I really do ever. Because I bought AirPods Series 3 AirPods, the brand new ones that are more like the AirPods Pro design. Because I wanted new AirPods because my AirPods are quiet, and I use them all the fucking time, and I wanted slightly better ones with water resistance, and I wanted the spatial audio and stuff like that. So I hated them. I hated them so much that I literally got them, took them with me, and returned them today. Yeah, still. So the issue is you're fucked either way unless you move your company out of the UK, including most of your employees. Well, moving companies, the whole thing is you could register a company in fucking Ireland. I could register a company in Ireland, but then trying to pay people internationally is a difficult thing. I mean, it wasn't that difficult in the past because Dan was not in the UK, but that was when we were in the EU, and he was in an EU country. But it's just a completely third country now. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And I do not want to, because if I moved countries, I'd have to fucking get a new accountant to do with Irish. Our accounting fees would go up suddenly because then you have to do with Irish accounting and British accounting. And I can't really live in Ireland because it's just ludicrously expensive. It's a whole thing. Why do I hate? I hate the Series 3 AirPods because they were quieter. They didn't sound any better than my Series 2 ones, and I found them more annoying to use. I found they fit worse into the ear. And they didn't sound like they sounded no better, and they fit worse in the ear. I'm like, why? What's the point? And they were quieter. How are they quieter? Like, so I took them back. Well, when you have the Pros, I'm like, well, I exchanged my AirPods Series 3s for AirPods Pros. I generally do not like silicone ear tips. I've never really liked them in headphones. It's why, for many years now, I have always used the best quality non-in-ear headphones I can get. That's why I always liked AirPods, and I always liked Apple's headphones, because I like this design. I prefer this. It's more comfortable for me. However, one of my biggest problems with silicone ear tips is that the bit of plastic that goes in your ear around the ear tips is hurt. These don't have that. This entire bit on the end is all silicone. They're a lot more comfortable. I thought I'd try them out. They're really good. I actually like them a lot. Weirdly, I want to point out the AirPods Series 3, by the way, the case is horizontal like this one, but it's still about the same size as this. So it's like the case is that big, but horizontally. I'm also very annoyed. You notice this one's black because it's got skin on, which I must say, I am very wet. Oliver, shit, Oliver, you're gonna have a baby in that time. I think that skin's been applied beautifully well by me. D-Brand used to sell skins. I don't like D-Brand really as a company, but their skins are okay. And they used to sell these AirPod skins, and they're a right fanny to put on without any gaps. But I did it well. They don't sell them anymore. They only sell a case. I don't want a fucking case. They're already in a case. I don't want more bulk in my pocket. I don't really want white. I'm going to have to find a good skin for these. That's tight, because I really like these. Weirdly, they have MagSafe support now. They've actually updated the AirPod Pro's case to have MagSafe support. So now, here's my MagSafe little stand that I use. Oh, that doesn't magnetize, but no. Oh, wow. Wow, it's magnetic. Wow, what a novelty. I don't know what use that is in any context whatsoever. Like, I can see no real reason I'd need MagSafe headphones. I could put them on a MagSafe charger, but MagSafe chargers are just Qi chargers, so like it still work. I don't really get the point. It's not a problem. It's just weird. But I can stay into my whatever. I like them. I tried them. I actually while I was in the Apple store, I tried AirPods Max, which are the over-ear ones. I really liked them. I really liked them. I was worried their clamping pressure would be too high, but they were incredibly comfortable. And I have been debating getting some good quality wireless headphones to use because I'm absolutely sick of having wired headphones because literally several times a day I am tripping over my fucking headphone wires and I'm tripping over my headphone wires. My headphone wires are getting caught on stuff all the time. All the fucking time. Oh, I hate wires. And everything fucking else in my office is wires. I have my fucking headphones, but I need wired headphones because I fucking need to direct monitoring if I play guitar and stuff like that. But I figure, well, if fucking 99% of the time the latency isn't a big deal, I might as well just go wireless for 99% of the fucking time. So I'm sort of debating. I was looking at aerodynamic ones a while back, but the AirPods are nice, but they're really expensive. I am seeing if they have business pricing on them. AirPods or Beats? I've heard Beats are pretty good now. I like AirPods. I've always liked AirPods. But I've heard Beats are pretty good now. I don't really like bassy headphones, and I don't like high clamping pressure, which is what a lot of over-ears do. But apparently the Maxes do have high clamp pressure, but I find they're really comfortable. I just have a big fucking head. And I really like Apple's implementation of wireless stuff. Just because now any of the AirPods Max, I think a lot of the Beats do it as well. They connect to all my Apple devices simultaneously. So if I'm editing a video on a Mac using the headphones, and I pick up my phone to take a phone call or something, the headphones just switch to the phone. I mean, they'll just dynamically switch as I'm using them, which I think is really fucking handy. But I don't know, they're really expensive. I say I've inquired to see if they have business pricing. Because Apple do offer business pricing on a lot of things for registered businesses. We have a business account. When I got the iMac Pro through Apple Business, we got almost £1,000 off it. £1,000 off of the business pricing, plus obviously the VAT off. So it actually works out. The MacBook, that new MacBook. The website basically crashed the second they put it live. And by the time I was able to order the fucking thing, it was backdated. So I'm not going to get it till next month. But I did try them. They had them in the Apple Store, and I did have a look at them. They're very nice. They do look quite a bit thicker than the other ones, which I do really enjoy. But they still feel quite light. Even the 16-inch felt quite light. The screen's lovely. The notch, I don't mind. I do get annoyed that the menu bar goes slightly below the notch, though. It isn't flush for some fucking reason. I liked it. It's nice. I'm excited to get it because I'm replacing my iMac Pro with it. This month, by the way, is the month where I'm just upgrading all of my technology. I've kept all of my technology for 4 years, and it's all I consider technology only worthy of upgrade if it's limiting you in some way, or is there something you want to do on something that you can't do in the current one? And it's been annoying me for 2 years now. I'm replacing everything and selling all the old stuff, which is paying for most of it. My phone too. Yeah, fuck, my phone was the biggest one, Jesus, because I had an iPhone 10 and it was just struggling with everything. I replaced it with a 13 Pro Max. I replaced my headphones. I'm replacing my watch. I bought a Series 7 Apple Watch because I wanted the blood oximeter tracking, because that's just something I have to, I didn't really care about that, but I really want the blood oximeter tracking on account of, me being a blood clot risk for the rest of my life, because that's quite handy. So I got that. How's the iMac Pro limiting me? The iMac Pro was, when Apple put it out, they clearly did it as a very stopgap machine. They kind of put it out before they brought out the new Mac Pros to kind of satiate pros for a brief period. And it's not perfect at all. I've had loads of problems with it over the years. And the thing is now, the editing I'm doing now, I'm doing way more of it than I was a couple of years ago. And they're way more complicated edits. Not only that, but I'm sick of having a desktop for it. I'm sick of having a desktop because it means I cannot work when I'm away. When I'm at Dan's, really, I don't really work. Even just little things, like if I need to do something that requires me to unplug the computer, I can't. It's always on. That iMac is always on. It's always rendering. So having a laptop would just because I've wanted to change it over to a laptop for years. I've just been waiting for these M1 ones because fucking Intel shit. And this Pro is just so finally I can fucking work not in my office. It's going to make me so much more fucking flexible, and apparently those chips are just ridiculous from the reviews coming out. Oh, those chips are really good, so I'm quite excited to get it and replace it all. I'm selling a lot of Apple chip, and one of the advantages of the Apple chip I've always found is they have high resale value, which reduces the cost of replacing them. Quite normal, like when I park. I mean, kind of, yeah. It's not even a park. I for most of the time, it's gonna be docked in my fucking at my desk, but it just means that like I don't have to think about if I need to do stuff. I can just fucking. It's not a faff. I don't have to like. I've got to I'm traveling later in the week, and I'm having to get ahead before I go. Whereas if I have a laptop, I'm gonna take it with me. With a desk, well, as it stands now, my iMac Pro has a secondary display. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna use that secondary display as a main display. But kind of one of the annoyances now is that the new MacBook Pros have such a fucking good screen that all the external displays I've seen are significantly worse. Because the display in it's an 120 Hz mini LED display with ProMotion, which means it will dynamically lower refresh rate as necessary, which is very good because it can lower its frame rate to 24 or 60 or whatever if you're watching that kind of content and mastering for that kind of content. So I kind of want to use its main display, honestly, for a time being. What MacBook would you recommend for an average person? Yeah, the MacBook Air with M1. The new MacBook Pro, I'm glad exists because it's the first time Apple have very much made something for pros and explicitly not. Because the MacBook Pro was always in this weird little middle ground where it was trying to be like a pro laptop, but also a good consumer laptop. This new Pro MacBook is very much for professionals, and it's a tool. It is not trying to market itself to casual users because it's thick, it's heavy, it's way powerful, and it's got fucking ridiculous specs for what it needs to do, and it's got loads of specialty features for specifically added. And the normal M1 MacBook Air is really good. It's really good. So unless you're actually using your MacBook Pro for serious professional creative work, whether it be video editing or photo editing or even sound editing, get a MacBook Air, or wait until the next Air, because I think Apple are going to redesign their base MacBook Air. Yeah, I think they're going to redesign because the new MacBook Pros and the iMacs are the only redesigns they've done since Gen 1. And I think they're going to redesign the base MacBook Air, and I think they're probably going to bring out the normal MacBook again to do their sort of base end. To do their base end, I think they could. Did you get any monitor pieces in? I did not actually, Cookie. I'm still using the monitors I've had for 6-7 years. It's really because basically the monitor I want in an ideal world is I want the monitors in the 16-inch MacBook Pro. I want that fucking high refresh rate, dynamically switching mini LED display with P3 support, color gamut support. And high resolution, or in Apple's case, Retina, which is all I really care about. I've always liked how Apple have done displays because they never really care about the specific resolution. It's always that it's Retina, and in their case, Retina just means the pixel count is high enough, and that it's based on pixel density, not the pixel count. So the pixel density is high enough to see the pixels. That's their rating system. I've always liked that. But in an ideal world, I want that exact same display, but I want it on an ultra wide. I want it on an ultra wide curved monitor. That's what I want. Because oh my god, having a timeline on ultra wide would be amazing. So I have not upgraded my monitors because I'm waiting for that to come out. It will one day. And they're getting close to it when we're getting that technology on laptops and stuff like that. But you know, I say lots of people suggested monitors to me that were sort of doing what I want, if not fully. And literally, if it doesn't do exactly everything I want, I'm not upgrading. Like, that's my thing with technology. I don't like stopgap solutions, and I'm not going to pay thousands of pounds for something if it's not going to do it. Like, this is the thing. That's why I've waited so long to upgrade my phone, because I wanted a phone with a lot of very specific things, and the iPhone 13 is the phone that's finally come out that does all the really specific things I want it to do, and I'm happy to keep that phone till I break it. Well, not even till I break it, because I'm buying permanent Apple Care on it, so I'm gonna keep that phone as long as fucking possible. Jesus, I want to keep that phone at least 5 years, preferably 6. Past that point, software support gets a bit. I mean, Apple's still updating the iPhone 6s, so I think I'd get software support for at least 6 years. It'll do me till then. I don't like upgrading technology. I mean, I really like tech. I'm a tech enthusiast, and I really enjoy tech, and I really enjoy new tech and stuff like that. But the environmentalist in me is just getting new tech is very wasteful. It's financially wasteful, and it's just literally wasteful. If you don't need a new tech, you get it. So I've just not bothered to say. I've kept all the tech I've used for years and years and years and years. I don't really upgrade unless it really changes how I interact with it. Because technology is a tool. Unless the tool does more than the other one or makes it my life significantly easier, I'm not going to upgrade it. I'm not going to spend loads of money. I mean, the Apple Watch is the one where I am conceding to that point because the new Apple Watch does not do it. Will not change how I interact with the world versus this current one. I just want I just want the blood oximeter. This is basically all I fucking want. I just want the blood oximeter. But you know, that's a different thing. I mean, that gives me that does change it in my life a bit, at least passively, because it gives me security and I'm not dying. HP I only get new tech if it breaks. The PC I have now was done only because my 7-year laptop is still falling apart in my hands, and if I can, I buy used. The one keyboard I have right now is this is the thing. I just think people should do that with technology. Because because the place I'm in technology, because as I'm a professional who relies on technology to do my job and you know work and everything. My needs are very different, I think, from most people's. Because you know, buying this MacBook, I bought the top spec one. You know, I balls to the wall to it, which I would not need. Like I've always said, if I wasn't doing this job, the amount of tech I don't need, I would not have the phone I have if I was doing this job. I would not have the computers I have if I wasn't doing this job. I would change everything. But I work from home. I work on my phone all the time. I work on my laptop. I work on my computer all the time. I need lots of power. I need lots of speed. And I need to be connected all the time reliably. And I base everything around that fact. Did you get the Max or the Pro? The Max, obviously. I mean, I literally, I got the 16-inch fully spec'd out. Like, it's the top. I bought the most expensive one. I got the 8 terabyte fucking Max with all the RAM shit. It's got to an interesting point with technology because now when I buy it, I have to max it out. like my needs require me to max everything out now, which is I didn't think I'd be that person ever. Like when I was younger, I was like, oh, who would need that much power? And now I am that person, and I'm yeah. For better or worse, I am the person who needs all the power. So I debated a lot of YouTubers moved to I'm saying a lot of YouTubers, some tech YouTubers I like. They moved to M1 iMacs for editing because timeline performance tended to be better. Isn't it like 6K? 6.5K, basically. £6,500, which is a fucking lot. It's actually the cheapest computer we bought. My iMac Pro was more than that, and Daniel's editing computer was more than that. Because we buy editing computers that are balls to the fucking walls because they need to be fast, and they need to be good, and we buy them. Like all of our budgeting has to account for the fact we will need to buy very expensive computing items every few years. That's the annoying thing about budgeting because it's not. Whenever I budget, I can never just budget for like payroll, which I wish I could. I wish I could just budget like, oh, do we have enough money to pay people? Cool, that's fine, and then I don't have to think about anything else. But I always have to budget for just buying tech that we need. Stuff breaks all the time. Stuff needs upgrading. Stuff needs replacing, depending on the needs changing. You know, and for my purposes, I need the fucking balls to the walls one. One of the problems we have, I say we, well, me, is that a lot of video, like a lot of people using the M1 for editing, they are, the thing is, we're putting out a lot of videos, and I usually have, and I have to get them up as quickly as possible. Like, when a lot of people are doing a video, they're working on a video for weeks, and then when they're rendering out, it doesn't really matter if that render takes an extra half an hour if they've spent, like, a week on a project. Whereas I'm spending out, like, I'm doing stuff, like, I need stuff to render as quickly as possible, and I need to do it multiple. Like one of my big considerations for getting a Mac and using Apple Compressor is that I can render out 5 videos at the same time. It doesn't go down a queue and do them. It does them all to once because it can run multiple instances of it and do them all at once. So I can render 5 fucking videos at once. I need to be able to render lots of videos at once while editing. Very important. Because what I think on average now, on average, I'm putting out 10 videos a week. Actually, well, not videos. I'm putting out about 10 projects a week that I'm exporting. On top of everything else. Is that faster than do them all in one than doing it one dedicated to the tab power? When H.246 rendering is single core. If you render something on a H.246, like for YouTube, whatever, it's single core. It'll only use one core. So when you're running multiple instances of it, it's just running them on multiple cores. So it's no slower per video. It's just using more of the computer. That's what multi-core's for. That's why one of the problems with video editing is that getting a big multi-core computer, if you're mastering for YouTube, the more cores doesn't necessarily make it better. You want the highest power per core. You want the highest. It's a bit different now. H.265 is a bit different. And HTVC, and obviously if you're mastering for like ProRes or HTVC or whatever, or maybe it's different. But because we're mastering to a lot of formats that are user accessible, whether it be H.246, H.264 or MP3 or whatever, it's so it's 10. When I say 10, you gotta understand. So currently it's 2 plays videos a week, 2 Minecraft videos, because there's the Patreon exclusive one. That's 4. There's the show video, 5. Right? The DAQ video, 6. There will be at least 2 to 3 live streams, which I do render out because I cut them down. I edit the start to the middle without any breaks. That's another 2 or 3, and they're long renders. So we're up to 9. And then there's often like podcasts, Patreon podcasts, little extra things. If we record something with John, for example, they're all doing them. So my minimum is 9. Minimum is 9. Some weeks it's more because if I'm trying to get ahead, I might be rendering fucking 20. And that's assuming I'm only doing one render. A lot of videos I render out once, then I have to fix something, or I have to re-render it, or whatever. Like I could not express the amount of value in the speed of renders for us. It is of utmost importance. I deal with. I have bad timeline performance, which is when you're in the editor and you're actually skimming through the timeline. My performance that isn't very good. Because the video footage I get from like Dan and gaming stuff, it's really high bitrate compressed footage. It's not ProRes. It's not running an uncompressed format that a video editor is comfortable with. It has to decompress it, so it just struggles. And these M1R Macs are really good at dealing with that. And the new Maxes have dedicated encoding and decoding chips for that, which will save me. Because a lot of these video editing, like a lot of these higher end video editing machines are like, oh, we've made it even easier to edit ProRes video. I'm like, I'm not using fucking ProRes video. I am not using HEVC. I'm using fucking H.264. I'm using the shit OBS gives me. I don't have the luxury. Like, I'm not fucking working on a film set. You know? And yeah, it would be nice if we could do, but this is the situation. I have to be very flexible with what I can deal with, and that's why having a really powerful computer that can handle everything is really important. Yeah. Oh god. I've done one box. I think I've done about 70. Right. Like, this is why having powerful machines is really important. Because the thing is, the faster I get stuff done, the better. Because if I have to sit around for half an hour waiting for something, it's half an hour I could be doing something else. I'm a busy man. I have other shit to do. And it just makes it, because we're only a few people, we're only a small operation, and I'm doing most stuff. So we need to keep it efficient and fast. And that's why speed is really important and power is really important, especially for me. And now flexibility is important. It's one of the reasons I'm getting a MacBook, because the flexibility is important. And previously, I would have had to really compromise. I would have had to get a much less powerful computer to have that portable flexibility. But these new M1 Max machines are just ridiculously, like, as far as I can tell, they will give me greater performance than the iMac Pro I have. You know. Speaking of podcasts, the story Dan told true. We had solved something so horrible that Dan. Yeah, that's true. We recorded for about 10 minutes and we stopped. Restarted. Dan was in a bad mood and he was talking about something which we could normally talk about. But it wasn't something that was bad. It was something that there are some things that are valid. However, the internet will eat you alive for. You know, don't besmirch the dead. Don't do this. Don't do that. You know, it's less about, it was tone. I'm just going to undo a bunch of these at once. It was tone. It was right at the start. If it was further in, it probably would have been fine. But it was the fact it was right at the start which just caused problems. We couldn't censor it. It was the whole conversation. It was 10 minutes of conversation. It wouldn't have been like a beep. It was just, I just threw one of the prints on the floor. It would have just, so we just restarted. Was there a need to reset the tone for better, more wholesome podcast about playing peers? It wasn't that it wasn't wholesome. I think it was on brand. It was just that you want to avoid stuff that will just, some stuff makes more work than it fucking doesn't. Some stuff just causes more work and more faff. Like, even if it's opinion we're usually vocal about, in some contexts, it's more effort it's worth. It doesn't really add anything, you know. So that's, yeah. A lot of the production stuff. Morning, Dan Pia. Well, I'll be visiting Dan more than I have a MacBook. I usually visit Dan a lot, and one of the problems in the past was years and years ago when I started this job, I had an iMac, 27-inch iMac. That was mine. When I started, and it was fine for everything I was doing, but when I started editing videos, I needed something more powerful. And I did have a laptop. I had a MacBook, like a base Retina MacBook, like the actually, I don't know why I'm using past tense. Hang on. Where are you, you fucking thin bastard? You hear the amount of fucking cardboard? Just fucking everything is just, god damn it! Just packaging material fucking everywhere. Cardboard is shipped inside more fucking cardboard, and that, fuck me. Kill me. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Actually, I've got two laptops here, which I think are the most highly contrasting laptops you could possibly have ever. So I have that, which is the Retina MacBook. It's the first one they brought out with USB-C, and it was a big point of contention because it has a headphone jack and a USB-C port, and that's all the I/O. And I love this because it is ludicrously fucking thin. It is ridiculously fucking thin. Like, it is razor thin. I love this machine. I think it's wonderful. It doesn't have a fan. It is excellent. It uses that weird little keyboard and the weird little force. It's the first one out of the force trackpad, which doesn't actually click. It's got the motor and stuff. This was amazing. This is like the first big jump into Apple's modern like MacBook design. I love this machine. And I did edit on this sometimes. I would, if I was going away, I could render a proxy version of the footage. So like I could take, you know, a gameplay video and like render it down to like fucking, I don't know, 360p. 360p really low quality, which obviously would not be good for the video that goes out, but it's fine for editing. And then what I'd do is I'd edit it on the go. I'd come back home and then I could stick the project file on my PC, replace the footage with the high quality footage, and then render it out high quality. That was more of a stopgap solution though, and it was meant. I wasn't really traveling enough to really justify buying a full editing computer because they're expensive. And part of the problem I have with laptops is I work from home, and I didn't want to buy a laptop because 95% of the time it's going to be sat there doing anything. Like, it's going to be sat there in case I go, and I don't like that. I think it's wasteful. So I had that little MacBook, and then when I wanted to change from that little MacBook, I switched to an iPad Pro. I switched to the iPad Pro, the 12.9-inch one, where the one that first had the Apple Pencil 2 when it brought up that one. I switched to that because that is a very good device to just do lots of stuff on. One of the advantages of the iPad Pro, I think, is that it's not meant to necessarily replace your computer. It's meant to supplement to your computer. It does something different to your computer, and you can use an iPad casually, where I don't think you can just use a MacBook casually, like for lots of stuff. So I got that, and that iPad's powerful, and I've actually edited videos on there, and it renders them quick. Like when I was at Dan's last, I rendered live stream archives on there, and they did them really fucking quick. Like, those Apple processors are ridiculously good. Even the A12, which is in my iPad Pro, fast fucking rendering, let alone the new M1 ones. However, the iPad's flaws are it's not very good at fucking file management at all. And in the past, it didn't really matter, because, the videos we were doing were, a little plays video, which is 2 bits of footage. Bryce, I will say, Metro Dread, what are your thoughts on the GTA? Oh, I'm going to talk about that in a minute. Actually, I will remind me, I'm going to go on, I want to talk about that. The iPad's good, it's bad with file management, it's bad for bigger video projects. So, for example, a plays video, generally speaking, is 2 bits of footage. It's Dan's mic track, and just the footage of the game, which is easy. 2 footage, you download them, easy fucking peasy. However, our modern projects are way more complicated. The show videos require me to get a lot of external footage. When I'm doing those shows, I'm referencing a script, I'm downloading lots of footage externally, I'm getting source documents together, I'm cross-referencing stuff, and I'm timing it. It's relatively simple as an edit, but the process is more complicated. The DagQ videos, they're simple to edit, but they have a ridiculous amount of footage. And that kind of stuff is where the iPad struggles. A lot. And it was meant to be a stopgap. It wasn't meant to be a stopgap, but it was something I could use. It wasn't something I got as an editing machine, but it was something I can use as an editing machine in a pinch, and I have done several times. But it is not a replacement for it's not a replacement for a computer. It is a supplement to a computer that can handle certain tasks if necessary. And as I say, something I wanted to do, because I didn't want to just buy a laptop to have as well as a computer. I want to have one computer that can do everything. That's why these new MacBooks, I got the big 16-inch. I'm going to dock it at home. It's going to sit in a dock, and it's just going to be a desktop 90% of the time. And then if I do need it to be, if I do need to edit and go, because I won't expect to bring it with me most places I go. It's just, if I'm going away, it's just nice to have. Makes my life easier significantly. I say, yeah, but even the plays videos are more complicated now. Previously, they were way more of a simple edit, but I've made a point to master them a lot better. I spend a lot more time on plays videos than I used to. I used to just kind of go through it, chop it up, set the sound stage for the whole thing. But now I go through it, and I do several passes. I think I do about 6 or 7 passes on those videos now. Even the simple videos. Like, there's a video going up on Patreon tonight, which is a Genesis Noir one. And, that's a really simple edit. The footage was only fucking... Dan recorded 40 minutes of footage for it. But the edit took me 6 hours. It just... Because I'll go through it several times. Because what I do now is I watch the whole thing through at 2x speed. Watch the whole thing through. This whole recording through, because stuff set up and stuff. There's a lot of times when I edit something, and I'll cut something out because I think it's a throwaway line, but then it turns out he references it 60 billion times later in the video, and I have to go back through and check. So I watch the whole thing through, make markers. I go through, I do a rough cut, then I go through and I make a tighter cut where I actually do all the, actually cut each segment down, so that to have the tight cuts. Then I go through it again. and I remove a lot of sections that aren't needed. Like I go through and I will cut out now. Previously, if there was like a gap of a second, well, maybe a second and a half where he wasn't saying anything, I'd leave it in. Now I'm not. I'm cutting them down. I'm making them snappier. I'm making them snappier. Then after I've done that pass, I'll do another pass, kind of a final review pass. Go, that's fine. Then I'll do another pass, where I mix the sound. I will manually duck and mix sound per scene now. Like previously, I just kind of set a volume for the background game throughout the whole thing. Now I don't. I will go through and I will change it for every single section, and I will manually duck it, and I will manually keyframe it all. I'll keyframe it all, and make sure sounds really pop, because I want to focus on Dan's voice, but a lot of the time the game is doing something quite important sound-wise. So I will duck it, and sometimes games get really loud and really quiet, and I don't really... Ah, that's all those envelopes. Sweet, that's all the column packs used. So I've done 100. Alright, now let's get the... Cheeky boys. From a shipping perspective, I think these will basically be about the same, because I say they're the same thickness of card. They're the same thickness of card. I think they'll be just harder to pack. I don't know if I like the edges as much. They look cheap as well. They just look really cheap. I like the climate neutral. Most of the other ones as well. They have really good thingy ratings, but the other ones are specifically climate neutral. See, look at these. I have to like pull them open and then like, because they're quite tight. It's fine. It's just it's slower to pack. So whatever. They'll be fine. But yeah, they take, and now as well, because we're doing the Patreon credits and intro, and because I wasn't intending to when we planned it, because I was just intending to have a thing I could just copy and paste, but I customize it for every video. Now I dedicatedly theme it to every video. That usually takes me a while. For example, like Genesis Noir. For example, the start and the end are themed. So it's using music from the game, and it's using a backdrop I made, because a lot of those things, I'm going in and recording B-roll in the game. Like the start and the end, I went in and spent ages in the game recording B-roll for it. Because I do all the thumbnails now. Dan used to do the thumbnails back in the day when I started editing, but I do them now. So I need to be able to go into games and take thumbnails, and I need to be able to experiment loads. To actually get those videos start to finish are a lot more involved process than they used to be. For me, at least. For Dan, it's the same process. for Dan, it's just as easy. It takes him an hour to record, but for me, I'm putting a lot more energy into them, into the edits. And I hope it comes through. I think they're better quality. And those Patreon credits, part of the annoyance with them is because I'm doing them custom every time. I can't pre-render the text. And that text fucking tanks. like every time I fucking, because it's just a fucking text source, which just thousands of names on it, just tanks every time. It takes ages to fucking render. And I could have pre-rendered it. I just put the pre-render every time, but I'm changing the font every time, and I'm changing the size of it, and I'm changing the scroll speed and everything. So I have to I can't pre-render it. I am changing the animations and everything for those. I'm taking them apart and redoing them. So I need to mess with them. I just can't do any of that on a fucking little fucking iPad. I just can't do an iPad. Yeah, stuff like the Deathloop video. I don't know what I'm going to get with videos. Dan records on most Fridays. I wait around on a Friday evening. Fucking folder will appear in Dropbox with a bunch of videos recorded in them. It'll have the video name in them. Our setup is there's a folder, and in the folder there'll be like the name of the game, Deathloop, whatever, and then in that folder there will be a little text file called metadata, which usually has the title and stuff in, and title and description, because Dan writes those. There was a period where I was doing them, but they were always bad. And Dan's the fucking writer, so I kind of insisted that he do the titles. Yeah, I'm gonna get. These are fine. The compacts are way better. I think they have more things. I think they're way easier to pack, and I think they're nicer. So I never know what I'm going to get, and some videos I will open, and it'll be a really simple thing, and other videos will just be like a Deathloop video where, you know, we posted a Patreon behind the scenes video on that if you're a Patreon, and it is just the start of that recording that I got, and it literally, he presses record and he says, "Hey Matt, I've got an idea," and he explains the idea to me, and then he just goes through the video and ad-libs it. That's what happens. I'm not involved in the planning of the videos. When I edit a video, Dan doesn't really give me any input. The folder with the video file appears in my Dropbox, and that's where his involvement almost always ends. And then I just take everything from there. I make the thumbnail, I upload it, I schedule it, I fully edit it and do it based on that. But because of that, because of the randomness, I need a really powerful device. Like, this is why I can't rely on the iPad as an editing device. Because there's more complicated projects it can't do. And, you know, a lot of times I get stuff with a really tight deadline as well. Like, sometimes I get in a video and it's being done in a day, you know? Will there be more BTS videos, Espresso Winter? I hope so. I mean, most aren't that interesting, because most videos he just hits record, goes, "Hey Matt, I'm giving you a sync," clicking on options in 3, 2, 1, click, and I sync it. And there's like a pause of a few seconds while he waits for the music to swell, and then he goes, "Hello," and then he just goes straight into it. Like, there's not actually that much behind the scenes on most things. It's not that interesting. I could record. I don't know if maybe recording me editing something would be that interesting, because I can't really talk while I'm editing. It just distracts me. So I don't. But stuff like that, Deathloop. I mean, if there's stuff that's interesting that's behind the scenes, I will. It's just most of the time there isn't. Hey Matt compilation. There's not much of that. There's not much of that. Most of the videos where he says like, "Hey Matt, edit that out" or whatever, it's always a gag. It's always a bit. I mean, there's a section in the behind the scenes Deathloop video where he talks to me directly and he says, "Do this," and he goes, "Oh, sorry, this is gonna get confusing because I'm going to tell you to edit stuff out, but I'm also talking to you properly, but I want you to leave that in because that's the in character bit, and I just have to figure it out." X3 plus that weird audio issue some of the Minecraft Billy Thing videos had. I did not edit that on the iPad. Those Minecraft videos that had those 2 Minecraft videos that had weird audio issue, I edited them on Dan's computer because I was going to edit them on the iPad. Part of the problem with editing them on the iPad at Dan's place, and it'd still be a problem with the MacBook to be fair, is that obviously the files are on his computer and they have to get to my computer. And we use Dropbox and his upload files are slow, and I was like, I could transfer on a fucking thumbstick or something like that. I can't be bothered. It's just a Minecraft, because they're unedited, and I figured if I don't have to fucking edit it, I'm fine just sticking it in like something and rendering it. And obviously Dan doesn't have a video editor anymore. We don't pay for Premiere for him. We stopped because he doesn't edit videos. He hasn't edited a video in years now. I think the last video he edited was the book tour vlog video. I think it was the last thing he edited. And before that, it was like a gap of 5 months or something. I installed DaVinci Resolve on Daniel's computer because it is a free video editing software and it's pretty decent. I installed Resolve, I dragged the footage in, I synced it, I put the ends on, and I rendered it. That's the whole point of them. The whole point of those Minecraft videos is they are fairly simple for Dan to do, and they're very simple for me to do. I don't do a watch through of them. I don't watch them through. I literally just put all the settings on them, chop the ends off, stick the animations on, and render them. That's it. And it turns out, when I dragged them into Resolve, and I only realized this later and I couldn't really do anything about it, but when I dragged them into Resolve, for some reason, Resolve read 2 audio tracks from the OBS recording. And I thought when I was editing, I thought they were left and right. I thought they were left and right channels. As far as I can tell, it was just 2 separate audio tracks of the game, and for some reason they were slightly out of phase. And I didn't notice while editing that was just a thing that it had done. If I would have turned off one of the audio tracks, it would have been fine, but for some reason it just did that from the footage we had. I didn't notice until it had been uploaded, until people had been pointing them out. I didn't notice it in the edit either, because it's really subtle. And I was doing it, the thing is, I don't really know how to use DaVinci Resolve. When you open it, you can say it'll ask you what fucking other editor you use. It'll ask you if you use Final Cut Premiere or whatever. And it'll kind of like change its layout and key bindings and stuff to be a bit more familiar to you. But it's still not quite, I don't know how to use it. And I wasn't going to spend ages fucking learning. You've done stuff with Resolve, though I use Video Shadowplay. We used to use Shadowplay, but just kept having problems. Dan's computer. there'd be several videos where he'd record a video and then he would go check the footage afterwards, and Shadowplay had just recorded his desktop, like behind the game. He just recorded his normal desktop with his fucking desktop, and I hadn't recorded the game, but it had been recording not like. I saw that several times, and sometimes it just records the wrong one. It's just a problem. So OBS tends to be more reliable, even though it's a bit of even though it crashes as well. Because you can still use the Shadowplay recording engine in OBS and stuff. And it's a big problem because we lost quite a few videos as a result of it. So we just stopped using Shadowplay, which is annoying because it should work perfectly. It used to work perfectly, and it stopped because of NVIDIA. Alex, what software? I use Final Cut Pro. I love Final Cut Pro. It's one of the big reasons I use a Mac because of Final Cut. I think Final Cut's really good. I think it's a really good quality editor. I think it's really fast. I think it's blazingly fast. You can't do as much advanced stuff on it as you can in something like Premiere, but we're not doing that much advanced stuff on it. Like, it'd be different if we were doing a different style of video, and I might consider a different editor, but for what we're doing, Final Cut is fucking perfect. It's fast. Its render speeds are really fast. Oh my god, it just blazes through footage. A render on Final Cut will take half the time, if not less than the exact same footage on Premiere. And also, obviously, Apple Compressor lets you render multiple videos at once, whereas Adobe Media Encoder does not. I remember when I got the iMac Pro and it had a rendering problem. It had a bug. There was a software bug in the system, which Apple did put out a Final Cut and Compressor update specifically to fix my issue. Which, good, thank you. I hated that problem. Like, it had a thing where whenever I rendered a video, it would kernel panic the whole computer whenever I render. I'm like, what? It's a fucking editing machine. And it ended up becoming, I got kind of through several levels of support. And I ended up, there was a guy on the software engineering department in Cupertino who he'd went and got an identical iMac Pro. And he put it on his desk, and I sent him one of the Nerky videos he was trying to render, and he then spent like a week literally just trying to fix my problem. For all the problem shouldn't have happened in the first place, but they really tried to fix it. Oh my god, they were really good trying to fix it. Like, I had 3 contacts at Apple who were emailing me daily to update me on their progress, and I spent several hours on calls with this guy in Cupertino trying to deal with it. When we were trying to figure it out, we were kind of brainstorming because he didn't know what was going on either. He thought it was it was really weird. It was a really weird bug that he couldn't replicate, and it seemed to just be a really specific issue. So I'm going to open a drink. I've got it here. It is Cola Ramoon. Exciting. I really liked it, and in the end, they had to transfer the case to the Final Cut and Compressor development team, the Apple Pro Apps development team specifically. And then I got updates from my support, my high end. Apple have something called executive support, which I've dealt with a few times actually, which is based out of an office in Ireland. God damn it! Why do you do this to me, Ramoon? Ugh. Sometimes it doesn't, and sometimes it does, and I don't know why. Oh. Why? I left it to sit for like hours. For fuck's sake. No, the printer will be sticky. Well, no, because I'm gonna clean it first. This is why I did it on an empty desk. Did you not pronounce the E wrong? Ramoon. Is it? I don't know if it's Ramoon or Ramoone. Honestly, I don't really care. This is the context I'm using it. I'm gonna have to go wash my hands now. You say it Ramoone. Yeah, I think that's the correct way of saying it. It's Ramoone. But I don't really ever have to say it out loud. Fuck's sake. I debated opening these before it came up, but like, oh, I'll open it on stream because I think it's fun opening them on stream. Alas, here I am. Let me go in my... Oh, so many boxes! God, get out of the way! Oh yeah, there was another thing I was going to show, which I might well show now. So, for context, here's the thinnest and lightest and smallest laptop Apple have ever made. And it's still the thinnest and lightest and smallest laptop Apple have ever made. It's a fucking razor blade. It's so thin. It's so thin, it's so light. Anyway, in sharp contrast, here is the laptop that Daniel had around the same time. It doesn't fit in the camera frame. It's more than double the size. Not only is it double the size, but it's also at least 4 times the thickness. This is a laptop Daniel bought back in the day. As a backup for his editing machine. And when he finally needed it, it didn't work. Because it's a Razer product, and Razer are shit at making everything. It is just ridiculously large. It's got a it's got a glass trackpad, which is also a screen, which I hate. It's too sticky. It's horrible. It doesn't power on correctly. My intention was to sell it, because this was an expensive laptop when it's new. However, it can't charge properly at all. It does not stay on. And Razer support would not help in any way. Not even for money. I was like, can I pay you for help? Can you send me? No, they've refused. Awful. Awful. Absolutely terrible. They put out, this computer is just huge. It's just humongous. It's like 20, it's like a 20-inch laptop. It's ridiculous. I've got the two extremes. I've got the most sort of big extreme kind of Windows gaming laptop and the most extreme like Apple thin wanky laptop. I enjoy the contrast of having them. Apparently Ramune is pronounced with the E, but the E being pronounced like egg, like air. Ramune. Oh yeah, that sounds Japanese, doesn't it? Ramune. Oh, you get it. Let's wipe the desk down. This is why I keep antibacterial wipes in my office. Actually, they're good hand wipes as well, actually. I don't need to wash my hands. Hip hip hooray. Razer's custom service is very hit and miss, as Magically lie. I've got free shit out of them, but also been strung out dry. I mean, Apples are kind of like that. But part of the problem I have with Apple support is it can be world class. It can also be shit. Actually, I do have to go wash my hands because they're sticky. Hang on. Oh, fuck me. I'm not going to put the intermission on. I'm just going to very quickly go on. Fuck. Ah! Wait. We're back. It's me, I'm back. Right. Navigate through the fucking box fucking fort. Hello, yeah, Apple can be really weird with the support. Like, I had a computer, an old school MacBook, like a 2012 one. When they did the first aluminium 15-inch MacBook, the new style one. Not the newest style, but the one that everyone loved. I had one of those, and I had it for like 4 years. Actually, it must have been 2008. It must have been released then. 3-4 years, whatever. It was out of warranty. The motherboard died completely on it. And I'd modded it. I'd replaced the disk drive in it, and it was bosh to shit. And it was like completely out of warranty, even out of AppleCare Plus warranty, you know. Thanks, Justin. And I complained to Tim Cook's email because it's monitored. They monitor it. And I got an email the next day, and then Tim Cook's office put me in contact with Apple executive support, and then they sorted it. And then I remember going to the Apple store like a couple of days later with a printed email. And I went in, it was like, hello, it's out of warranty, but Tim Cook's office told me that you should fix it anyway. Which sounds ridiculous. That's just like being a mum. My dad works at Nintendo Energy, but was true. And Apple covered the cost of the repair. And then the Apple genius, after I got it done, they gave it back to me and they went, oh, because we were covering the cost of repair in full, we also replaced the entire chassis and the screen. So it was a MacBook with a brand new motherboard, logic board, which obviously the CPU and GPU are soldered on, a brand new case and a brand new screen, and went, oh, you're basically just giving me a new laptop. And they're like, yep. I was like, cool. And what's really funny about it is when I eventually sold this laptop years later to CEX, it turns out the logic board they'd replaced it with was from a newer model of MacBook. They'd actually given me a newer spec system internally. And because of that, in CEX's backend, it actually registered as almost a brand new MacBook. So I sold this MacBook for almost the same price they paid for it brand new 5 years later. Thank you, Meerkat. It was a ridiculous experience, and it kind of made me appreciate Apple support. Because when it's good, it's really good. It can also be really shit. I'm going to try this Ramune. Oh, wait. Ramune. There we go. Yeah. It kind of tastes like cheap Curiosity Cola. I just got it out of curiosity. There's a shop in Liverpool, one. It's a Manchester. It was originally a Manchester shop. I used to go to Manchester all the time to go to it. They opened one in Liverpool. It's called... I'm going to get the name. It's a shop that just sells, like, Japanese shit. But not... not like weeb shit. Like, it sells like stationery, and like you can buy Japanese scissors, and like, but they also have a snack section, and some of the bigger locations have a cafe. But they just have an entire massive shelf just full of every single different kind of ramen. And they also do loads of other Japanese drinks and snacks, and you know, they're really good. I like them a lot. I like them a lot. I bought Daniel and Rebecca presents from the one in Manchester, and they're actually expanding quite rapidly. I'm trying to find the name of them. Forget. Where is it? It is called... I can't remember. So anime is even enough anime stuff. There's no anime stuff at all. It's Japanese stuff. So you get a lot of Japanese stationery and bags and Kenshi. Thank you, Mitami. Mitami. It's Kenshi. It's called Kenshi. It's really good. I really like them. Kenji. Yes, Kenji, not Kenshi. Kenji with a J. Yeah, Kenji. It's really good. I like them a lot. And the one in Liverpool just has loads of drinks. They have a pachinko machine. It's obviously all imported, so it's still expensive. But like, it's nice to be able to just go and buy some. Because previously there was like this one site you could use, and you could buy like Japanese snacks direct from Japan, and they'd ship it to you. But it was obviously really expensive to get them shipped over. So I really like it. I just go and buy like Manchester has quite a few shops like that. Like there's a place called Afflex in Manchester, which is like it's a big building, and it's got loads of like alternative little shops and stalls in. It's a really weird place. There's like several floors, and there's like a load of different little shops in there, and there's like shops there's like a tape shop in there that sells tapes, like music tapes. And there's like shops that sell sort of vintage clothing, and there's shops that sell like weird action figures, and there's a couple of anime shops, and they also have like fridges full of like Japanese soda and stuff. But like Kenshi's just nice because they just have loads. And part of the problem I have with a lot of Japanese kind of fanny shops is they're really anime focused. I'm not really into that. Like I've been to like anime shops, and you go in, it's like, oh, what's that on the shelves? That's right, it's just lots of figurines of half naked fucking like really, really needlessly overly sexualized Japanese female characters, you know. And they're in weirdly, like, you know, it's like, oh look, it's Rem from fucking Ray Zero. But she's only wearing a fucking thin piece of cloth. And I'm like, why? Like, can we just kind of just... And I like Kenshi because Kenshi doesn't do that. Kenshi's just, like, nice stationery and, like, homeware and, like, drinks and snacks. And it doesn't do any other, like, fucking needless anime boob shit. Isn't Kenshi a video game? Kenji. I keep saying Kenshi, not Kenji. Whatever, Kenji. Itami, I think the music tape shop is closed. I didn't see it last time. The only Japanese shop in Afflex is very anime. There's two. There's two ones in Affleck. I mean, I've been there since like I went earlier in the year, and there was a tape set, but the stuff changes in there all the time. The Japanese shop, one of the ones that was in there though, is expanding into like a big cafe thing. Well, it was last time I was there. It was in the process of expanding. But when I went, they did have two Japanese shops in there, but they were both very similar. And one was like really weirdly hidden away. Magically, we have a chain of specialty candy stores called Rocket Fizz that carries Japanese soda and novelty sides like hot wings flavored kind of stuff. Ashton's do a video. That's fun. There's a shop in the US, obviously. That's like just the biggest soda shop in the world. They just sell literally every kind of soda, like from everywhere in the world. And I'm not a big soda person, but I like trying shit. And I always enjoy soda because soda's something that like, as someone who's been vegetarian my whole life, I can't really try a lot of shit because a lot of shit just has meat stuff in. But generally, soda is always vegan. Like, it's very rare that soda's not vegan, so I can kind of try it with a lot of safety. I always enjoy trying soda because it's a fairly cheap thing to try, relatively speaking. I think it's fun. So even the weirdest sodas I like. But it never really shipped to the UK, and it definitely doesn't now. There's like sweet shops in America that don't ship to the UK either. They used to. They don't. I might. Okay. Basically, I just saw a tweet saying that Photoshop will have a prepare as NFT option soon. Oh, fuck 'em. There's another reason that you should use Affinity Photo. That's another good reason. What was that noise? Oh, it's cardboard settling or something. I don't know. But yeah, I really like Kenji. There's one on the second floor, which is the very anime one. It has a maid cafe, I think, and one on the third floor, which just sells bags of things. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah. There used to be one on the first floor, which sold figurines and other collectibles, like closed at least 2 years ago. Yeah, I do get lost. It is a maze. It's a fun. I really like going to Affleck. I don't go very often because I don't live in Manchester. It's easy to get there. It's only half an hour train from Liverpool, but it's a really weird maze of weird shops, and I really like it. There's weird little shops that just sell like loads of vegan stuff. There's a bath bomb shop that literally just sells mainly vegan bath bombs and vegan cosmetics. And all the bath bombs are vegan. They're in these little like biofilm things, but they do themed bath bombs with little figures in. So you could buy like you could buy like a I don't know, you could buy like a Minions bath bomb. Inside it's got a little Minions figure, but they do it for like everything. You get like a Batman bath bomb and like what's it called? What's that anime that Rebecca really likes with the fucking pirate ship? One Piece. You can get like One Piece ones and like fucking Dragon Ball ones and stuff like that. As shops are decent, surprised it's viable. Well, that's the thing that I really like about Affleck's, because you get so much weirdly niche shops that you do not think could exist because they're so weirdly niche. But that's the beauty of a place like Affleck's, and it's a very rare thing to have kind of this like, you know, alt. They've got I think what calls itself the largest LGBTQIA bookshop in the country in it. You know, it's this very like alternative queer, just fucking almost like department store, but it's just loads of weird little indie tiny shops that just have weirdly specific things. I love it. I love it in there. I wish Liverpool had some. Liverpool used to have something sort of like that. It was called I can't think of the name. It's called Grand Central now. But it used to, I can't remember its name. Whatever, we used to have something similar, but the owner was kind of shit and he kicked everyone out. Closed down. I'm kind of hoping in Liverpool, obviously Debenhams closed down. Went into administration and stuff like that and closed down. So there's this massive department store in Liverpool where Debenhams used to be, and it's just empty. It's massive, and I just want something like Affleck's in there. I just want something like Affleck's in there. I love that. There's actually Liverpool's had a bunch of very large department stores, and at this point, three of the four of them have failed. But they all had these massive purpose-built buildings, and then after they left, no one really knew what to do with these massive purpose-built. We had a huge department store called Lewis's, which was just like Liverpool's department store, and that closed down like years ago. And that was just left empty for ages, and now they're trying to make it into like offices and a hotel. I don't know. Then we had British Home Stores, which was massive, and then it was just sat empty for ages, and then finally, like, fucking H&M bought half of the store, and, like, a fucking bar bought another half. And now we have Debenhams, which is just empty, and the only one that's still standing is fucking John Lewis. But Debenhams is... When they built Liverpool has a big sort of... It's like an outdoor shopping mall sort of thing. It's called Liverpool One. And it was all purpose-built, like, back in 2008. So, but Debenhams and John Lewis had these big purpose-built massive stores in it. So Debenhams is huge. It's like the biggest one in there. It's just empty. And I desperately, like, it's too big for any shop to take, and they can't really split it off into, like, separate shops, really. They maybe could, but not really. And even if they split it up, it's still too big. And I just want them to do something like Affleck's in there. I want them to have, like, a big sort of, like, almost market in there. Because I think it's a really good use for something like that. And what Liverpool has a big problem at the moment where, the rent in city centre is so high that, like, small businesses just can't compete and can't afford them. So, like, there's not really any small independent places in the city centre, which is just a dying shame because Liverpool's got a really good indie scene. But if I had the money, I would do something like that. I would rent Debenhams and I would run a little fucking Affleck style thing in it. I think it'd just be good for everyone. I think it would just be a really nice place to have, and I think it's a good use of the space that helps independence and stuff. You know, whatever. But I get there. Like, if I ever go shopping for gifts, I tend to just go to Manchester, and just go to Affleck's mainly to shop for gifts. There was a shop in there that mainly sold leather jackets and plague masks, like Victorian plague masks. Like steampunk shit, and I'm like, okay. There's a shop that sold cameras, and like most of them were like broken, and mainly for props, and like there's loads of like secondhand vintage clothing shops in there, and like weirdly, you know, like alt music shops, or there's like little shops that just sell like music band posters and shit. It's like you go in there and you feel like it's definitely clearly for like young alt queer people, which I'm in for. I'm into that, obviously. I like it a lot. So yes, I will. And the street it's on, it's next to a Forbidden Planet, and a Traveling Man, and another like comic-y nerdy shop. But Liverpool, we don't have anything like Affleck's anymore. And for like nerdy shops, we have one. Well, we have two. We have a really tiny Forbidden Planet, which is so small that it's almost pointless. Then we have a place called I can't remember the name of it either. I can't remember what it's called, but it's actually also owned by Forbidden Planet technically. But it's a bigger nerd shop. I've only got the two. And like, you know, Glasgow has a few nerd shops, and Edinburgh has a few. Like Newcastle has fucking loads of nerd shops. Like Newcastle's got a weirdly large amount of nerd shops. It's got like 7. There's one street which has literally 5 of them, and they're all next to each other. And there's like another 2 in like fucking Granger Market. There's another one hidden like around a corner. It's like weirdly, it has a weird amount. It also used to have a shop called Anime Z as well. So it had like so many weird like nerdy, fucking weeby, geeky stores in. And you know, I tend to, if I'm ever shopping for like gifts, I don't like shopping online because I like to browse and find something not random, but find something that I think a person would like that I couldn't think of myself. So I don't really like shopping online because I don't really know what to search for. But if I'm out and I see something, I go, oh, they'd love that, you know. It's not something like that. Like I gave Rebecca all of these like weird jelly things. They weren't like edible, but they were like little jellies, and they were, you know, like Gudetama, that kind of like weirdly sexualized food, like sort of that good, something like in a Gudetama style, but like it was like these little weird little jelly things, perfect for Rebecca. But I kind of just found them in Kenji while browsing. I wouldn't have ever searched for them. You know, so I kind of, if I want to shop for someone, I kind of tend to go to Manchester. And the few times I've been to Newcastle, they're really good for it as well. But Newcastle's a bit far for me to just travel to. I can pop to Manchester for the day on a whim because the train fare is very cheap and it's half an hour, you know. Whereas I can't really pop to Newcastle for the day because it's like 3 hours and it's expensive. Yeah, before a big shopping centre was built atop the old abandoned porcelain factory. Wait, I had an idea that people like paintball locations. Yeah, stuff like that. Like, I want a lot of there's a few places in Liverpool. Like, there used to be a shopping centre called not St John's, Queen's Square, It was a 2-floor shopping centre. It was very, like, you know, 80s style shopping centre, British shopping centre. It used to have a like an Asda George in there. It had a Virgin Megastore in there, which is one of the biggest shops now. Is a Virgin Megastore. It had a game. All these little shops. And after Liverpool 1 was opened, they closed the place down mostly. And they were going to like repurpose a lot of it, but then they kind of closed all the upper area, and they closed most of the downstairs area, and then they never reopened it. Like, if you go in there now, it's just this one really short corridor, and nothing else. And I don't know what all the extra space that was in there is being used for now. Because, like, on one end, that used to be an entrance, is now a restaurant, which is a small place, which clearly isn't taking up all the space. There is a bowling alley using some of the space, but it's not using that much space. So I'm like, what the fuck? Is it just all dead, empty space? It's weird. That's the problem with sort of, like, shopping centres and big purpose-built environments like that, is that if you lose tenants or you lose a big shop, then you just have this big void, and it's like, well, what do you do with it? And Liverpool's got that problem now, because there's a lot of big empty spaces, like Next. The shop Next. They moved from one of their big locations to a slightly bigger location down the road. That used to be, like, Forever 21 or something. But their old location's just sat empty, because it's massive. It's massive! It's huge! And there's so many places like that you're like, what other fucking business is going to take this massive retail location? Huge. You know, there's only so many businesses. There's only so many shops that can fill a location like that, afford a location like that, and justify a location like that. You know, Lush opened in one of those big retail spaces. Lush opened the largest Lush store in the world in Liverpool, because there was just one of these massive empty lots that they just took, and they just made this ridiculously. It's like 4 stories, and it's got a chandelier. It's got like a spa in. It's ridiculous. Aside from that, I'm like little indie businesses can't compete because they can't redo it because there's not enough. The price is too high. The price is just far too high. That no business can really justify the price, and Liverpool Council haven't really. Liverpool Council should be working more because Liverpool Council own a lot of these leases. And I'm like, why the fuck? Like, again, like a place like Devon is like repurpose some of those places for like small independent businesses because they can't. A lot of small. There's a place called the Albert Dock in Liverpool, which is across the. Well, it's a dock, obviously. It's an old dock. And it's kind of a place. There's a lot of nice restaurants there, and there's a few. The Tate Moderns there, and there's maritime and slavery museums are there. Got a lot of history. So it's the largest selection of Grade 1 listed buildings in the country. And it used to have a load of little independent restaurants and businesses, but they've all sort of left now because they couldn't afford the rent. So there's just nowhere in the city centre really that's affordable for like small businesses. And like there's a road where the town hall is on called Castle Street. And there's a bunch of restaurants there, like nicer fancy restaurants. But on that street there's 2 banks. There's 2 old bank buildings. One used to be NatWest, a big NatWest business bank, and the other I don't know. But they're 2 massive old bank buildings, like purpose-built, you know, proper old bank buildings. But they're so big. And they're on a street which is for restaurants. Like, there's no shops on that street. You know, it's a bit out of the way for, like, the retail area. So they've been sat empty for ages. The NatWest has been sat empty for about 5 years, and the other bank, I've never seen anything in there. It's been vacant for fucking a decade at least. And they just can't fill them. And I'm like, what? No single business is going to be able to fill that fucking massive bank building. Like, what? You know, it's like you can't really use it for offices. You know, there's so much space that could just be used for little independent businesses, like, you know, using a big area and having a load of little independent shops now. There's just none of them are, and it annoys me. Annoys me so much because Manchester has loads of weird little independent shops. Loads of them. Because Affleck's is obviously a good example, but like, there's loads of streets in the city centre that just have loads of weird little indie places on. And you just don't get that in Liverpool city centre at all. We have a lot of restaurants. We have a lot of indie little restaurants. Liverpool's a really good city for food. But for like shopping and little independent like shops, it's not. It's not good at all. It's just because of the mismanagement of the council and managing rental prices in the city centre. Just so annoying. Yeah, as Tommy said, like, the Northern Quarter is great. Like, Manchester's... I don't like Manchester as a place, really. It's got that same sort of thing London does, where just everything... Like, you walk around and you just feel dirt. You just somehow, like, just a dirt accumulates on your skin, even if you don't touch anything. It's got that vibe. And it's also got a fucking... Manchester's got a ridiculously bad homeless problem. Like, holy shit. Every city has a bad homeless problem, but fucking hell, man. That's ridiculous. So I'm not a huge fan of Manchester, but I do like going for the day sometimes. It's a good place to shop. Right. Package all of them. I've got a massive pile of fucking envelopes now under my desk. A massive pile of these, which I'm gonna have to put in a big fucking recycling bin. Ah, it's annoying. What a waste. Oh well. At least it's being recycled. Something fucking. Right, now what I have to do is I have to go through and put all the labels on them. Actually, no, I'm gonna put the stickers on them. I'm gonna put as many stickers as I can on them. I only have these sheets left, which isn't very many. Only that much left. So I'm gonna put as many as I can on them. But I won't have enough for all of them. So yeah, Manchester's literally it's ridiculous. There are and there's just it doesn't seem to be any support in Manchester. Like Liverpool's been very good. Liverpool's got a 24-hour homeless shelter, free to use, and they've got a lot of really good programs. And there's always a lot of good charities working, and they go around the city centre basically every day with a big cart and loads of volunteers, and they make sure everyone's fed and has hot drinks and warm clothes and stuff. I mean, there's a lot of support trying to get people into housing, both long term and short term. Like Liverpool's been really good for stuff like that. But Manchester I don't know what Manchester are actually doing about it, but like it's just ridiculous. It's just all these people fucking suffering and like them, and it's frustrating as well because I'm walking around and it's like when I was there, there was a woman there. And she was there with the kids on like on like a really busy road, and she just looked like so famished and just really dirty clothes and clearly very underweight and not eating much and like had kids with her, and she had a sign just saying, "Please help me, I'm desperate," and it was fucking tragic. And I gave her all the fucking cash I had in my pocket, which was like 20 quid. But like there just doesn't seem to be any good sort of long-term support there, because like in Liverpool, you refer them. They're supposed to be referred, and they generally are. But there doesn't seem to be any support match. It's ridiculous. Oh yeah, again, what are your thoughts on the GE remaster? So, right. 2K are shits. Not 2K, sorry, Take-Two. Take 2K are also shits. But I've also been so GTA San Andreas is one of my favorite games ever made. It sits up there with Fallout New Vegas. And since I got a Switch, I have wanted San Andreas. I've wanted all those games on the Switch because, on iOS and Android, you can get Bully and Max Payne and GTA, San Andreas, Vice City 3, Chinatown Wars, Liberty City Stories, and Vice City Stories. I want all of them on the Switch. They're perfect games for the Switch. They can run well on the Switch. I know Rockstar are good at porting them. The LA Noire port for the Switch is excellent, but they ported LA Noire and then just didn't port anything else. And I'm like, well, you can put literally every game you've ever made on there. Literally all of them. Aside from maybe GTA 5, but I bet they could get GTA 5 running on there quite comfortably if they really wanted to. If they could get it running on a fucking 360, they could have it running on a fucking Switch. Get it running on a fucking Switch. Not particularly want, but they just didn't. And now they're releasing this collection, and it's frustrating to me because I don't think the collection's a good buy, really. The remaster collection. Because me and Dan were talking about it a lot, and we were kind of frustrated because it seems like they've done this graphical upgrade to it. But it seems to mainly look really bad on Vice City. 3's not... They've kind of fucked up a lot of bits of 3, but it looks mainly really bad in Vice City. San Andreas looks fine, actually. Because it looks like the character models in San Andreas, they've not really changed. They've just sort of upped the poly count a bit. And it looks nice. And they've just upgraded the lighting, and I think it looks nice. Some of the textures look a bit weird. Because some of them are really weirdly high res. But don't really have any texture. Like the texture's high res, but it just looks like a weird, like almost Illustrator vector, like on someone's t-shirt. I'm like, oh, that's weird, but it's fine. But Vice City, they've like redone all the models, and part of the problem with Vice City and 3 is the character models of Vice City and 3 were really low poly, and I was trying to run on a PS2, and it was meant to look realistic. Like that, they were trying to go for realism, but they also had to exaggerate everything for the fact. So they were trying to like, the design of that game is it's meant to look realistic, it's meant to feel realistic, but it's also a video game limited by the technology at the time. And if you were to remaster that or remake it, you'd have to do something like Mafia did. The Mafia remake. The Mafia remake is really good. They remade that from scratch, and they took, basically, they would have taken the original character design concepts, and they would have remade them from scratch based on those initial concepts. So it feels like the original game, it doesn't look like it. GEA, they didn't. The developer doing the remaster collection isn't Rockstar. It's a company called Grove Street Games, which they were originally called something else. They did the ports for they did all the mobile ports for like San Andreas and GEA 3 and Vice City. They did all those ports. Before that, they did some shitty mobile games. They did one called like Turtle Tumble. Wait, oh god. Yeah, which looks like the cheapest, possible, that really cheap, horrible mobile game. One of those. So this is not a developer with like a huge level of fucking, they've not got a big fucking thing. They've done a few bad mobile games, and they've just done mobile ports of the GEA games. And I'm sure they seem very competent at porting games to mobile, but fucking hell, from a design perspective, and it just seems like they've taken those games, they've added modern sort of lighting engines in Unreal, and they have, instead of remaking the models with new high-res models, they've taken the original low poly models and just like upped the poly count and smoothed them out and smoothed the textures out. So they just look weird. They just look weird. It looks weirdly cartoony and shit. And like, Vice City especially, everyone looks awful. Tommy looks fucking terrible. Claude in 3 looks alright. I think CJ looks fine. If you just show, the CJ from the remastered collection looks like CJ from the original, just higher quality. But Tommy looks fucking awful. They've made Tommy look really weird. He looks like a weirdly chubby man. Which is not really what Tommy Vercetti's vibe was. And like, a lot of other characters just look weird. And like, Salvatore Leone, the mob boss in GTA 3, in the original, he had a very angular face, he looked very angry. And in this one, he's got the same layout, but they've softened his features, and he looks like a kindly old man. And I'm like, what? So I don't like them. Because it's frustrating. I've been wanting a remastered collection on the Switch for a while, because actually one of my James said there, when I saw Vice City, I legit thought I was looking at the coastal areas that didn't run. Yeah, Vice City, the map for Vice City looks weird. It just looks weirdly flat and overly colourful. Like, San Andreas and 3, I think, look alright, because they are grittier, dirtier cities, and I think they lend themselves to the lighting a lot better, but Vice City does not work at all. I think it looks fucking awful. And I wouldn't mind so much if they'd done what the Halo remakes did, where they just give you a button to toggle between the original graphics and new style. But I am assuming that is not a thing in them. If it was a thing, I imagine they would have mentioned it. Because what's annoying as well is, like, they're not a remake, but they're more than a remaster. That's what's annoying about it. Like, because a remake is a different game. Like, in the backlog slogs, when we were talking about them, I've been saying that I'm treating remasters as the original game, but I'm treating remakes as a separate title. Saints Row 3 Remastered is just, they took Saints Row 3, they made the lighting and reflections a bit better, and they updated it for modern systems and made the UI work. That's great. And that replaces the original. There is no real reason to get the original version of Saints Row 3 over the modern remaster, because the remaster just makes it work better, and it looks a bit better. It doesn't change the feel of the game, it just looks nicer and runs better. But then you have remakes, like the Mafia remake, which is a full overhaul, and it's a completely different game, and it looks different, but it's going with the same vibe of the original. It's got the same story as the original, but they've changed everything else. That's a good remake. They did Spyro and Crash had remakes. They're good remakes. But the GTA collection isn't... It's not really a remake. It's not really a remaster either. Like, they have... Oh, God. Stop. Laptop, stop falling over. Stop. They've not remastered it. And they've not remade it. They've just sort of done this weird little horrible middle ground. like they've redone all the controls, for example. They've something I thought was as a good thing, and something I hope they did with them is they've redone the controls. So, the controls in the remastered collection will be that they're making the shooting controls, and they're making the control schemes for them feel and play like GTA 5. And I am for that if you're remastering them, because one of the biggest problems with those games, I think from a modern perspective, is they have aged really badly. Graphically, I think they've aged really badly, and control-wise, they've aged awfully. Like I love San Andreas and Vice City. I cannot tell someone nowadays to go and play them because I don't think they've aged well. I think they're really frustrating to play now if you weren't used to them from back then. And I think if you're remaking them and remastering them, I think updating those control schemes is a really good move. But at this point, right, if you have a remake, it's a remake, and the original is still a valid piece of work on its own right. And a remaster is a replacement, but they're treating this as a remaster, and so they're treating it as a replacement for the originals, but it's not. It's so different from the originals that it can't replace them. You know, it's too different to be a remaster, but it's not different enough to be a full remake. And they just took the originals off the fucking stores. They've taken GTA 3 and San Andreas and Vice City off Steam and off the PlayStation Store and stuff, so you can't buy them digitally anymore. And I'm like, you know, that's terrible for fucking... The amount of mods made for those games over the years, the modding community of those is huge. And that just goes, fuck it. Fuck you, you're not allowed to mod this game anymore. Because, you know, it would be one thing if they were to take them off the Steam store and go, hey, this is the main game you can buy now, but we're going to put, like, the original versions of GTA 3 and San Andreas and Vice City on, like, GOG or something. I think that would be fine. You know, make it very much like, hey, this is, like, an old game. It's 20 years old. It doesn't run, but you can get it on GOG or something. I'm fine with that. But they're not. They just completely removed it. So the only way to play the originals is buy them, obviously, secondhand on an old console, or already own them digitally. Which is annoying. Do the remakes have the original music? I don't know. They haven't said. I imagine. So one of the problems with patches for GTA Vice City and Vice City and San Andreas was that after a lot of music licenses expired, when they updated the game on like Steam or whatever, they removed those songs in an update because they no longer had the rights to include it in the game. You could back version it and get the songs back, but modern updates wouldn't get it, for example. And like some songs were removed. Not all, but some songs were removed. Like Tom Petty's Running Down a Dream was removed. Woman to Woman by Joe Crocker was removed from San Andreas, you know, which are pretty important songs, I'd say. And some people are hoping that the remasters, they've bothered to get the licenses back for the original songs. Because it's one thing not wanting to pay to renew a license on a 20-year-old title that you're just kind of just selling because. That's a different thing. It's a whole other thing to be paying the licenses when you're re-releasing it for £50 fucking pounds. You know, if you're buying a 20-year-old game for like a £5 in a Steam sale, and, you know, they probably weren't making that much money off the sales. I can get why they don't want to pay millions to redo the fucking licenses. Fair enough. I don't like it, but I get it. But when they're selling it new for £50, I'd fucking hope they'd have rebought the licenses. But if they haven't rebought the licenses, it would not surprise me. If it had the track collection from the recent updates where they've taken some songs out and not re-added them back in, it wouldn't surprise me. I'm not expecting the full original roster. I'm expecting the one that was in the updates. I'll be pleasantly surprised it's got the originals. But here's the problem, right, I have. So, I don't care about the remakes. I don't want to play the remakes. I'm curious about them as, like, a person in the games industry. I'm curious about them. But I'm not really interested in them to play. However, I've been wanting to play San Andreas and Vice City and 3 on the Switch for years. And this is finally, they're on the Switch. Weirdly, right, usually when you get a game on the Switch, it's usually got fucking Nintendo tax added. Like you buy a game on the Switch, it's usually, you know, a third more than it is anywhere else. You buy an indie game for the Switch, it's got to cost you probably way more money than it is on PC. Even ignoring a sale, even its RRP is going to be more. Yet weirdly, this collection it's £55 on PC and PlayStation 4 and 5 and the Xbox. It's £55 on all of them. It is £50 on the Switch, which is interesting. I don't know why. Just odd. I don't think it's good or bad or anything. I just think it's just odd. And I've been debate because I want to play them on the fucking Switch, but at the same time, I don't want to give fucking Take-Two any fucking money. I also don't like them. But San Andreas is my favorite game of all time. It's coming to the Switch, and I love the Switch, and I want to play it on the Switch. And I've been having this fucking dilemma. I don't think people should buy it because I don't think people should be supporting Take-Two. But I'm curious to try them from a kind of position as a games influencer. But it's worth noting that the San Andreas remaster is going to Game Pass. You'll get the San Andreas remaster on Game Pass. And the GTA 3 remaster is going to PS Now for free. Vice City is exclusive to the fucking title. What's weird as well is on the Switch, for example, and I don't know if it's like in other stores, but you're buying a collection of games. It's not like the Mario collection where it's 3 games in a single like physical game that you install. And it's got all 3 as a menu inside the game. No, it's literally 3 separate installs, 3 separate games. Like you can't buy them individually, but they are 3 separate games. Like you're buying a bundle of 3 games, but they are 3 separate games you install separately. And it's interesting they're not selling them separately, even though they are separate. I'm glad they're separate. I think that's a better thing because you don't have to install all 3 if you only play 1. But still, it's a bit weird. It's a bit weird. The whole thing's a bit weird. Like I don't like Rockstar anymore. I don't like what they do. I don't like how they treat the staff. I don't really like what they're doing with any of their games. GTA Online has just been this whole fucking clusterfuck of just the worst practices in gaming. Like the Rockstar are doing basically what Activision are with their staff, where Activision took all of these really good development studios and have just put them on COD now. And Rockstar now, it's like they've taken all these really talented studios and just been like, oh, your job is GTA 5 fucking GTA Online DLC. Which is depressing because Rockstar, for all their faults, like they have incredibly experienced teams making, frankly, I think wonderful games. I think most of what Rockstar put out have been excellent. Red Dead Redemption 2 wasn't everyone's cup of tea, but it was a brilliant work of art, regardless of if you liked it or not. It was a brilliant piece of game development. Probably wouldn't people... Yeah. Well, GTA 3, it's a weird one, because GTA 3 is the one I would actually most want a remaster of. Because I feel like San Andreas and Vice City, even though they're very dated today, they can still hold their own. But 3 is the one that's really aged the worst out of the 3 of them, to the point that I would replay Vice City and San Andreas on a modern system. I wouldn't play GTA 3 again. I'm playing GTA 3. Like, it's annoying. I want a remake of them. I want Rockstar to do what the Mafia remake did. I want them to take GTA 3, take its story, right? Take its story and its vibe and its intention, and then remake it from scratch. You can't just up-res the textures in those worlds. Like San Andreas is one of the examples of that. You can't really take San Andreas and just up the draw distance, because San Andreas is tiny. It just feels really big because the draw distance is so low that you can't see Los Venturas and fucking Los Santos and San Fierro. You can't see all of them at once, even though they're really close to each other. It just gives you the illusion that they're far away because of the fog. But the second you up the draw distance, like, it's a problem with PC. If you install a mod on PC that lets you up the draw distance, you can see everywhere in that map all together because it's tiny. So if you were to remake those games, you would have to remake the maps. I think if you were to make them to a modern standard, you have to make those maps big. If you were to remake San Andreas, you'd have to fucking upscale that map massively. You'd have to take that map and remake it from scratch and make it feel as big as a modern game and make the world feel really big to modern standards. And they could do that if they wanted to. I think that'd actually make a really good game if you took GTA San Andreas and you went, okay, you know what? We're going to remake it. We're going to remake it with the sort of modern Rage engine, and we're going to redo the map from scratch. We're going to take all its locations and we're going to remake them, but we're going to make the spacing bigger. And, I think that'd be really good. But they're not doing that. And then it's like they're going, okay, well, if you're not going to do that, just take the games, right? Make them run on modern systems. Give them a modern control scheme, GTA 5 control scheme, and just sell them. Yeah, maybe add RTX if you want to be fancy. Maybe add ray traced lighting or some shit. But like, just do that. But they haven't done that either. They've just done this horrible middle ground where it's not good enough to be a remake, but it's not a remaster because they just changed a load of shit. And I think it's got the worst of both bits where it's not done enough, and I kind of hate it for that. Alright, that's all the stickers. That's all the stickers. Yeah. All the stickers. Sadly. Yeah. So, if you're in the United States, no sticker for you. Sorry. Yeah. Right. That was used too much. That's the annoying thing, because I think they could have done these remaster the things they're releasing now. They could have made them even cheaper and more lazily, and I think it would have been a better game. Like I think they would have. I would have liked it more if they'd have actually done less to it. If they hadn't changed the character models, I would have liked it more. And then so they're going, well, that's less work. Like, and they could still sell it for 50 quid. It's outrageous either way. Like, it doesn't make it any more outrageous if you change less. Like, you know, it's outrageous either way. So I don't know why they've just done this weird middle of it. It just seems like they just gave this like random little dev just a like authority to make this collection and just kind of let them loose. I didn't really do anything about it. It doesn't have that same polish that Rockstar would normally do. Which is annoying. Did the map change Mafia 1 remake? I don't know if the map changed. I've never really played Mafia 1. Mafia 1, I know. I think the map was already pretty big when it came out. But I think they did rejig it quite a bit. Because they remade the game from scratch. One of my James is on the maps of San Andreas and GTA 5 supposed to be the same place. So, the GTA universe is kind of split into two universes. It's like kind of Star Trek-y. You've got the HD universe, and you've got the normal universe. GTA 3 Vice City and San Andreas. Because GTA 3 is in Liberty City, which is the same location as GTA 4. But it considers that the HD universe, the one with the GTA 4 and 5 universe, is the shared universe, while San Andreas, Vice City, and 3 are the same universe, but there's characters from both, and it references them, but, like, I also don't think they care. Like, GTA 4 is Liberty City and GTA 3 is Liberty City. They look completely different. They're the same place, even if they look different. Whatever. I don't think it matters, really, honestly. Right, I've got to put labels on these now. So I'm gonna... Oh, actually, I think I'll have to turn the camera off for this bit, I'm afraid, just because addresses. Sorry! Don't forget, yeah, let me see and Vice City Stories I'm annoyed about. Because I've been wanting to play, I've never played those games. I have never played those games. I didn't know a PSP. I should have remade. Oh. Yeah, this thing, I've never played those games. I've never played Chinatown Wars. I want to play Chinatown Wars, and I want to play Liberty City and Vice City Stories. And obviously, they were on the PSP. Give me them on the fucking Switch. Literally, Rockstar could have just ported their old releases to the Switch, much like they did with mobile. They could have just done it like they did with mobile. Give me the mobile port of San Andreas. That's literally all I want. I don't care. I don't want the extra shit. I don't like the mobile port as much as the original, but fuck it, I'll take it. Like, you know, I can play Max Payne on my phone. I can play Bully on my phone. Why can't I play Bully on my Switch? Why the fuck do you sell me those games on my phone? These complicated 3D third-person games with a lot of controls on my touchscreen phone, but not on my Switch handheld console, which is one of the most popular games consoles ever made, and that anything gets released on there seems to sell really well and makes the company lots of money. Why would you not put it on the Switch? I don't understand why they spent this long not putting the games on the Switch. I mean, they finally do. It's like a weird remake, and I'm like, what? What? Why? Why do it like that, huh? Why do it like that? Let's Let's start putting these addresses on. Actually, well, okay, I got. Actually, hang on. There's a debate here because I want to keep the camera on for more of this if possible, but I actually can't do it if I put the addresses on now. I'm gonna count. How many? Because I might put the stamps on now. I just need to separate out the European ones from everywhere else and count them. Then I can stamp them first, which will be easier. Poland, Austria, Denmark, Norway. There we go. Separate. Here's the thing: the old Rockstar games, they were stylized, but it wasn't specifically to be stylized. It was they wanted to make a If the technology was there, they would have made it look really realistic, but they couldn't, so they had to infer realism. You know, that's why you have to make all the character models a bit weirdly proportioned, because they don't look realistic, but they're trying to invoke realism. And this remake or whatever the fuck isn't going for that. It's just upscaled the old poly versions to look cartoony. And the original GTA games, their intent wasn't to look cartoony. They were just meant to look, you know. Let's look at the international. Okay. Okay, Europe is geographic Europe, not the EU. So it considers Europe to be Iceland, Greenland, Ireland, all of Russia, Turkey. Yeah, okay. So we're going with the geographic Europe, not the EU, which is easier. And all of these fall into that. Yes, they do. Excellent. Yeah, the Mafia... I'm a bit annoyed. So the Mafia remake is really good. The Mafia 1 remake is really, really good. Like, I think that's a brilliant game in its own right. But I actually... Part of the problem is because you can buy the collection as a trilogy, but part of the problem of them selling all 3 games together is that they all look and feel completely different. Like, I played all of Mafia 1, and I went, oh, I want to play Mafia 2 now. So I played all the Mafia 1 as this remake, and then I went into Mafia 2, and then suddenly it looks like shit, and the controls are completely different, and the shooting feels like shit, and I'm like, oh. Oh, fine, I'll skip to 3, and then 3 changes the controls again? Like, they made this definitive collection of them all, and for 2 and 3, they just, like, upscaled them slightly. And then 1, they remade it completely, but they didn't unify the control scheme. And I'm like, why didn't you at least unify the control scheme? Like, at least make them feel the same. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. 41 European, which is annoying, actually. It's annoying. That means the rest of the world is like over 100, and I only have 75 rest of the world stamps. Yeah, I kind of had it in my head that most of these were going to Europe, but they're not. Most of them are going to the US internationally. Alright. Alright, well, 50. Let's, you know what, I'll bring the webcam back, and what we'll do is we'll stamp all of the European ones. First and foremost, we'll just put stamps on them, and then I'll put the address on later. I said it was 70, didn't I? Did I say 70? No, 50. 54, I think I said. Whatever, it's less than 60 is the point. So... Yeah, I've got 200 European ones. I'll do it for next month at the bare minimum. You said 42. Close enough. Yeah, whatever, okay. It's fine. So you said 47. 50, look. 42, 47, whatever. I'll do 50. I'll do around 50. God, stamps are scary in how much they're worth because, like that is £400 worth of stamps. Like, £400 of just little bits of tiny bits of paper. Like, that's kind of scary to me. That's kind of scary. The value of stamps. Let's put the stamps on. Thank God they're pre-sticked. Right. Boop. Jesus Christ, really? Yeah, stamps are expensive. I mean, they have the value on. These are £1.70 each, and these ones are, these red ones are £2.55 each. So I've got 200 £1.70 ones, and I've got 75 £2.50, 55. Stamps. I'll say one of the most expensive bit of these prints is literally the shipping. That's the most expensive. That's the biggest expense. is the price of postage. Because obviously getting stuff printed is fairly cheap. It's very time intensive, obviously. Rebecca has to do all the art, and then Rebecca has to sign all the art, and then Rebecca has to package the art into the bio thing mailers, and then I have to package them all into these, and then I have to ship them all. Most of what you're paying for is our time. But like the actual outgoing costs, like things we physically have to spend money on, it's the postage is the most expensive. Easily. Easily. Because like the UK ones, the large, like these envelopes, these large envelopes, these are 96p each to ship in the UK. And we ship like 260. So 260 of them. So that was 260 quid, basically. 250 quid. So I've got £500, £400 stamps here. 200. I need to buy another fucking bunch of stamps. So, you know, all these stamps cost about 600-700 quid for just shipping these. So that's a thing to consider when people look at our Patreon earnings, and that surprisingly large amount of it. Well, not a surprisingly large amount, but it's not just all profit. Previously, it kind of was, because we didn't really make anything, but now, because we have production costs that are quite significant. You know, all of this all together, I think, costs us a couple of grand a month to actually physically, like, just in terms of things. Just the RM business thing a bit cheaper. I don't know. They say you're supposed to have access to a business shop with business rates, but I don't really know how much, if that makes it cheaper or not. Because I'm pretty sure the price of postage is the same. Like, effectively, stamps like this, their value is set. It's like a, you know, a £10 note is always going to be worth £10, and as far as I can tell, a £1.70 stamp is always going to be worth £1.70. Like, this £1.70 stamp is literally worth £1.70. It is worth exactly its value. In the same way, £10 is always worth £10. Like, that's why it's like stamps. I had to get these from the money counter because effectively, stamps are kind of like money. It's kind of how they're treated in a logistical sense. So I don't think it'll really be any cheaper. Like, I can buy postage online that isn't stamps, but it's the same price. Like, it's £1.70 to ship these internationally. That's to Europe. That's the price. I think at large scale they give things, but I don't know. I mean, our Patreon earnings went up. They doubled from what, like 5,500 to now 11,500. Well, more than doubled. And our outgoings are increased by like maybe £1.5 ish, £2,000. So we're making a profit, which is the point. We had a break even mark because basically this kind of costs the same amount, even if less people buy it, sort of thing. And it's obviously a very big time expense. So we sort of had a break even mark where we said if we don't get this amount of people backing in a month, we can't do it sustainably. You know, well, even if we were breaking even, our sort of idea was, well, even if we hit that level, it's not even worth it doing it because it's not making us any money. That's obviously the point. There's no point in us doing this at cost. You know, it's just a lot more work for me and Rebecca for no real gain, is it? So that was a mark, but thankfully we sold out. We'd like to scale it up in future. It'd be nice to do more. A, because, you know, clearly more people want them, but B, the more of these we sell, obviously, the more. At this point, it's economies of scale. The more we sell, the cheaper it gets. And mostly, it's just sort of making money at that point. But the problem we have is the scale problem isn't in the physical things. I can buy double the envelopes, and Rebecca could buy double the amount of prints, but that's not really the problem. The problem is Rebecca and Daniel have to then sign double the amount of prints, and they have to pack double the amount of prints, and then I have to pack and ship double the amount of prints, and I don't know how feasible that is. I'm kind of hoping that once we sort of streamline this process, obviously this first one's been a right fanny, but I'm hoping once I've got this process streamlined, and Rebecca's got the process streamlined, that we might be able to scale it up more. So that's the hope. I mean, now I'm doing them with small letters. This is easier. Matt, why aren't you signing prints as well? Because I'm not. Rebecca's doing the art, so Rebecca's signing them as the artist, and Daniel's writing the words. Oh. I pressed the button accidentally. Daniel's writing the words and signing them. I'm going to be signing some things. I'll be signing some things in future, but it's just on a practical level because basically Rebecca packs them in this. So if I were to sign them, I'd have to take them out of this, or I'd have to pack them into this. But it's better for Rebecca to ship me them like this. It's easier. So really, if I were to sign them, I'd have to sign them at theirs. Me signing them is just a lot more logistically challenging. And honestly, I don't think most people care about me signing them. I mean, there was a joke that because if I had to do the customs forms, my signature would be on all the customs forms. Oh, you could put frame the map customs form on the fucking wall. But no, that's. Let me say, if you have feedback, if you're a patron who gets them, feel free to leave feedback on the Patreon. We will listen. We can change and adjust these in the future, obviously. That's how we're doing it initially, at least, though. You can sign the envelopes. That's not really a collectible, is it? It's just a lot of work for me, for something most people will throw away. I will say, by the way, it's really weird walking into a post office and giving several hundred envelopes with my own face on them. It's weird. It's weird. If I would ask you to sign mine, would you do it? No. No. At the present time, this is already enough work, and frankly, I am not doing anything extra that is not necessary, and we have not said what we're going to do. This is already a lot of work. It's already too much work. Like half of this is scale, and I'm trying to optimize it, and like that's why, as I say, I'm doing them. Like I frankly do not care if some people don't get the stickers, if it's saving us literally hours and hours and hours of me not having to fill out 200 customs forms. Like that's like this sticker, that is this like. I'm sorry, but that is the way it is. We kind of everything inside it is what we've sort of promised. Like this thing that Dan and Rebecca pack is what is the thing you're getting, and that's the thing we promised you. Everything else is an extra, or done for logistical purposes. So that's kind of how we frame it. Like, that's the thing you get. Everything else is sort of dependent. But we will. There's going to be something in future that's by the end of this year that's going to be signed by myself. So let us know if you're a patron what you want. So if we scale it up, we may. I don't know. I say we're just kind of learning. We wanted to keep it manageable, so it's very much. That's why we're kind of deciding how we're doing things to keep it manageable. That's 45. Shit, what was the number I said earlier? Was it 42 or 47? The jokes aren't helpful. They're just disruptive. Oh, fine, I'll count them again. Because these stamps are like putting stickers on stuff. Stickers aren't really worth anything. These stamps are, I'm putting basically a £2 coin on every one. I don't want to put a £2 coin on ones I don't have to. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Shit. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 41. Okay, good. Stop there then. I'm happy to have a couple of extra ones just in case that are fully packed and ready to go. Right, so I'm gonna go there. Done. Then I'm gonna start. I'm gonna use all of the higher end stamps because I don't even have enough of them to cover the rest. I'm just gonna do as many of these as possible. So I won't be able to ship all of them tomorrow. I'm gonna be able to ship most of them tomorrow. I have to order more stamps. Oh well. Basically, what I think I will do is I'll preference the closer ones, like geographically, to ship now, because ones that are further away will take ages anyway, so a couple of days won't really make a difference if it's going to take 3 weeks, you know? I think is my thinking. That makes sense, right? It's maximizing it. What will you do with leftover ones? Well, you have you have to have stock margins. Margins for example, ones going missing and people not getting them if we need to reship them out. Ones that we kind of consider, like, maybe not gifts, but like John gets a free one, Ashen's gets a free one, Dan's parents get a free one, like I get one. So there's that. And we just have some left over that we just keep as margin. That's just it's just necessary. We're always going to have leftover ones because we built that in. We sold like the plan was to sell like 400, and we sold about 430 if you include sort of extra ones and stuff. But we get printed 500. We get 500 printed. But not all those prints are perfect, so some of those are just removed because they're not printed properly. There's always going to be a margin there, so that's an overlap, and then I have overlap, obviously, as I say, just if it gets lost in shipping, whatever, because we will, if it doesn't arrive in like a certain amount of time, we will reship them out to certain people. There's obviously a limit to that. We can't, not actually buying them. We obviously only have so many things. There's no way to prove people haven't got it or whatever, but obviously we will be as accommodating as possible. We will be as accommodating as reasonably possible. Let's say that's what the extra ones are for, and they'll be kept. They'll be kept. They're not going to be like sold as extras or whatever. We may in future may put them in as like a little extra for something in future or whatever, but find people to give them to or whatever. Maybe give them away as little prizes. I don't know. We'll find something to do with them if they're not used, which we hope they won't be. That's obviously the goal, is for them to not be used, but we need to build that in. That's the point. Just like, yeah, we can keep them aside for if we do a little thing. I don't know. Do whatever with them. Don't take up much space, the leftover ones. I think in theory we should only have maybe 10 or 15 left over. Is the point. Raffle them off the lower tier patrons. So raffles are not as simple as they sound for a business. There are raffles fall under UK gambling laws, and they have a lot of very specific rules you must follow as a business for them to be legal and for you to not get fined. So generally speaking, Generally speaking, not going to touch that. not worth the trouble. Not worth the hassle, really. Not worth the hassle. Right. Oh, they look so naked without the sticker. Yeah, that's why raffles are coming. Because effectively, you know, like, everything has to be free to enter, technically, as well, legally speaking. Otherwise, it's gambling. If you have to be a Patreon to get in, it's gambling. Because that means you have to, basically, you have to be paying to be a member. And if you're paying to be a member, then you're dealing with literal gambling rules. Which, again, I'm not dealing with the red tape on, frankly. Like, I'm not dealing with the red tape on that. Here's a question. Obviously, these ones have a very obvious top. Like, that oh god, the explosion. Like, that side's the top, because that's where the frame is. So that's the right way up. These ones with them on the side, what would you consider the right way up for them is? Would you like say it's with the thing on the left? Like, if you were looking at it from the front like this, would you say that the seam should be on the left or the right? Which way would you consider the right way up? Left or right? Doesn't really matter, but you know. Like, I feel like the stamp should be here at the top right, the top, and that should be on the left, because that means the stamp is there, and then you open it that way. But it doesn't matter, Tustin, at all. It literally matters not at all. On the non-stickered envelope, she's right through where the sticker is. I could do that. I mean, obviously, I do have all of these stickers on these ones. I could try and it's not really feasible to take them off. They're not the type of sticker they are, and the type of adhesive they use. They just don't come off properly. They don't just peel off. It also depends which way they have it. That feels more natural, isn't it? Because you open it like that. You're like, oh my god, and you flip it over and you go, shump. If it's like that, you're like, oh, you open it and you flip it over. And I'll do it that way, fuck it. Doesn't really matter, but... I have opened it real kind of... The problem I have is you can see, like... You can see, like, there's a little tab there, and I don't know if I like the stamp being next to the tab. You know, I'm going to put it on this side, fuck it. Being controversial, I'm doing it. I'm putting it on the bottom. Wow, fucking hardcore, mate. Slip those around. Put it on the bottom. Put it on the bottom. Let's not get damage. Sue me! So my intention is, I think I'm gonna... I think for the future international ones, I'm gonna go with these column packs. They're 4 times the price of these ones, but I honestly think it's worth it. And as I say, international ones, we're saving £2 by doing them normal envelopes anyway, so I'm happy to spend the extra 60p for the slightly better envelopes that have a better climate rating. We're still saving money overall versus where we will be, and I think they're better I think they're easier to package in, and I think they're nicer to receive, and I think they're nicer to open. So and they have a better climate rating because they're climate neutral as well as being all fully. I mean, all of them are fully recycled and stuff, but I kind of. So I think I'll go with the column packs in future for international ones, and then for UK based ones, I don't know. For UK based ones, I think I might just stick with the If it feels weird to have to keep using. That's it. Okay. By the way, saying this, right? I could reuse these. I could just use these for future UK ones and literally tape them, but that's like a waste of tape. Because that's plastic. I'm trying to avoid plastic. I don't know. I'll figure something out. It's bit funny. But yeah, I'll go compact for international, and then for UK based ones, I'll probably just keep doing the large letters. Because like the price difference versus sending a large letter and versus a normal letter domestically is kind of negligible. And there's no extra faff in doing large letters domestically because we don't have to do customs forms for them. So it's just We just use a second-class large letter stamp instead of a fucking second-class normal stamp. Wow, we're saving 30p. Which, just does add up. 30p over fucking 200 things does add up, admittedly. It's just, I don't want to have to go for the really cheap envelopes. Although we could. I don't know, I'll think about it. I'll think about it. It's kind of annoying because this company, like this Eco Mailers company, Eco Mailers TM, they could make a slightly smaller one of these. Like, they could just make this exact thing, but slightly less slightly less wide, so it's a normal letter size instead of a large letter, and they would be absolutely fucking perfect. I think these are a good price, and I think they're really nice, and I prefer that they're brown. I like them. I think they're really nice to pack into. They could just make a slightly smaller one, and that would be absolutely fucking perfect for our needs. But they don't. Waxial. God, yeah, Waxial. I did almost buy a Waxial years ago to send out like special electric things. She should send out occasional gifts. Like I've got a I've got like I have a bag with like pins in, like you pins, which you were like for like giveaways, a little. I don't know. I still have a few that I just have for something future, but I have a set of like little envelopes that I would ship them in. Pre-Brexit, mind, and it was easier to do. They're really nice pins. I don't know if GameTee still sell them. I don't know if GameTee still sell them because there's 2 Nerdcube GameTee pins. These two. These are mine. There's the old style one, the old Nerdcube logo, which is the gold and the black, which is nice, and there's the new Nerdcube logo style. I don't know if they still sell them. Why not, Ray? We don't really promote much. It's a nice little thing. GameTee stuff's expensive, but it's really good quality, and I like. It's a small independent business. I like them a lot. AJ and Lucy are really good. Over there. So we like. So we don't. The merch that sold there with our stuff on, we don't take any cut from. Originally we did, but we wanted to make them cheaper, so we just said just get rid of a cut. The only reason we have merch is because people want it, not because we want to make money off it. Because to make money off merch, you have to really push it, and you have to have a really high margin. And we didn't really want to do that. We didn't want to become a merch company, really. So we forgoed our cut to keep the price down, with the condition that we got many samples of every product. Which is why I have every single Nerdcube t-shirt in my wardrobe. Which, to be fair, I don't wear because that feels a bit weird, but I like having them. They're still on there. Sweet. Well, feel free to buy them. I like GameTee stuff a lot. They make really nice quality stuff. And it felt a bit more bespoke as well, because something I quite appreciate about them is GameTee were the ones who designed the merch, not us. We didn't give them a merch design that they did. They took the merch and they took our sort of designs and our vibe, and they tried to make stuff that was in keeping and in a range. They didn't really want to do anything with just our logo on it. We didn't either, which is why the logo t-shirt they did of the new Nerdcube logo and stuff like that. It wasn't just the logo printed on the t-shirt. It was a logo that looked like it was spray painted on and stenciled. It had a bit of a style to it, and then every other one they did was in keeping in a range. They tried to do stuff that was themed after, Nerdcube Flight School and stuff like that, which I prefer. I think that's a bit more interesting. I think just having a logo on something is a bit boring. But I like having. I still use my Nerdcube Flight School mug a lot. Actually, I like it. It's a nice red mug. To wear the Nerdcube thong. I do have that somewhere though. Actually, wait. Oh, wires! God, I want fucking wireless headphones. Fuck me. Ah. I have a drawer of items. No, that's glue and soldering iron. Solder, anti-static bags. A weirdly large amount of glue. There's a wig. There we go. I have. Ashton's has the drawers of the drawer of purgatory. I have lots of drawers of purgatory. This one's full of red noses. surprisingly large amount of them. Yeah. I already have a webcam, so I might as well show these off while I've got a webcam. So I've got it's got a lot of red noses for some reason. I have a wig that I made literally almost a decade ago, which is meant to be a damn wig that I took to EGX 1 year. Mike Bethel wore this. Mike Bethel wore this. I put Mike Bethel in the wig and made him do Hello Procrastinators. I put him in the wig and some glasses. I still have the wig. I bought an afro wig and I cut it down. Oh god, more red. Where the fuck is the thong? I'll put it somewhere. Business cards. Tape. Oh. What? Okay. No. Okay, the answer to where the thong is I am not sure. It's somewhere. Pending investigation. Pending further review. The thong is somewhere. But you know what I did find in that drawer? 2 more red noses and a copy of Star Wars for the NES. I don't have an NES. I've never owned an NES. I don't know why I have this. Why do I have this? I have no idea. We've got a lot of red noses. I don't know why. I think it's because 1 year because we'd done the red nose streams, so I always make a point to try and get all of them. It's a fun collection. I like them. Just a lot of fashions. No. Yeah. God, a lot of these. There's only from 1 year's worth of fucking red nose as well. I've got like older ones somewhere. The old rubbery ones. Yeah. Let's put you back in your drawer, sir. Oh, no. Shit. That's fine. A lot of random shit is the point in my office that just is littering my place. We have a wait, is that? That's that. Actually, you want to see something cool? Right. I have So oh god, so many boxes. Right, so I have every printed version of fuck yeah video games. Like I have the paperback, the normal hardback, the special collector's edition hardback, and the very first printed copy that was ever printed. That I printed. When Dan gave me the first draft to the publisher, I printed off a version. Wow, it's got no art in it. And you can't see it because it's overexposed. But the point stands. I printed off a version to read because I hate reading stuff digitally. Have I read them all? Well, I've read this version. I don't think I've ever sat down and properly read the full version, but I've edited the audiobook and stuff, and I've referenced it, so I have practically read all of it. Interesting thing that I never really realised, the 2 hardbacks, the special yellow edge printed hardback and the normal one, you see how they're different thicknesses, like significantly different thicknesses. There's the same amount of pages and it's the same type of paper. It's just like they're just like, I don't know why that is. The yellow one's just significantly thinner, which I think is interesting. Oh. And then I have a pretty one. But also, what I also brought over is my version of Polybius Heist that Ashton sent me. which inside, I have deliberately sent you a broken case to annoy you. The case is, in fact, broken. It arrived with a disc loose inside of it. Thank you, Stuart. I'll be honest, this is the best one he could have sent me. I don't have a Blu-ray player, but this is a good collectible. Put these back in my pile of fuck yeah video game stuff. I have a pile. I took a version of basically every collectible thing from it for myself. You know, I have the pins and the prints and all that. From it. I also have a birthday present for Daniel that I forgot to bring him last time I saw him. Wow. What a bad friend am I. Right, back to work. That was my distraction for the moment. I just collect them. Well, Umbad just sent me versions. Like, obviously we got versions sent to us. I got like 10 versions. I got 10 copies of the hardback. Then when they released the paperback, they just sent me 10 versions of the paperback. I don't know that many people to give the book to. I just have a bunch still. I like having them though. It means I can give them to people. Doesn't the PS4 do Blu-rays? Yeah, I don't have a PS4. I got rid of it. Fucking hate the PS4. Yeah. Right. I hate PS4. I got rid of the PS4 with the intention of replacing it with the PS5. Yeah, they're still not done. I don't have a PS5. I don't have a PlayStation console as right now. My intention was to sell. Well, my intention was to. I kind of sold my PS4 because I didn't want to play any games on it because I was sort of like, well, why would I play any games on this when I could wait and play them on the PS5 in 60? Was my attitude. And I was like, yeah, so I didn't play any games on it with my intention of just sell, and I sold it with the idea of, well, I'm not going to play them to get a PS5 anyway, so I might as well sell it and get a PS5. I transferred all my save data onto a thumbstick. And then I've had many opportunities to buy a PS5, and I have not taken any of them because I resent spending like £400 on a console I don't really care about, and any of the games I'd want on it going to cost me £70 fucking pounds. £70? Fuck off. Fuck right off with that. Fuck off. Fuck right off with that fucking pricing. £70 fucking pounds. Cheek of them. I mean, there's going to be a bunch of exclusives coming out of it, like, in a year or two, which I really want to play. You know, I want to play Miles Morales. I haven't played that yet, but I want to play, you know, when Spider-Man 2 comes out, and I want to play the Wolverine game. And I want to play Gran Turismo when it comes out and stuff. There's a bunch I'm interested in. It's just, as it stands, I kind of don't want to spend a load of money on something that I frankly will not use. Because I just... I don't really care. I'm like, yeah, if there's a PC version of it, like Horizon's on PC, Days Gone's on PC, God of War's going to PC, I'd rather play them on PC. It's like, then I can play them with a fucking 360 Xbox One Elite pad, which I prefer. Although the PS5 controller is the first PlayStation controller I've ever liked, so I wouldn't actually mind playing stuff like that. But I still, like, I've upgraded a lot of tech this month. I will say, it's been a very expensive month. I've went through most of my savings, but this is what savings are for. This is why I've not bought anything for the past 4 years. So I can upgrade everything in one go. I say that, the laptop was a business expense, obviously. Because I use it because it's a work thing. The other stuff wasn't. Like, I got a Switch Pro. No, not Switch Pro, I got a Switch OLED. I like all my new, it's fun. It's fun getting a load of tech in new, it's fun getting a load of tech all at once. You know? It's fun. It feels like and because it's been so long since I've got any new tech, all the upgrades are really, really noticeable. Because I think year over year, you don't really notice them, but like, it's been like 4 or 5 years, and it's just suddenly I'm like, oh shit, everything's new and exciting. Do I claim all my games as business expense? I do not know. Daniel does. I don't. Only sometimes when I need to. Like if we need to buy a game to record on, I'll obviously buy it as a business expense. Like I got Surgeon Sim. No, we got a code for that. Most games we get codes for. It's very rare I'll ever buy a game as a business expense unless like it's for a really, really specific reason. Like, there's been a couple of times I've needed to get a game to take a thumbnail, but like I'm only in it for half an hour, and I'm never going to play it, so I just refund it. I just get it, take a screenshot, and refund it, which feels fair. What does claiming something as business expense actually do in the UK? There's two elements to that. First of all, claim is a business expense. There's two elements to that. I never need to claim something as a business expense, because claiming something as a business expense would mean I would buy it on my own personal bank card, and then I would send the receipt to the business, and the business would reimburse me for that purchase. I don't need to do that. I'm a director. I have a card. I just have a business card. Like, I don't need to use my own money and reclaim it. I just use the business bank account card, first of all. But in a practical sense, there's two reasons for that. Claiming something is a bit like buying something on the business instead of personally has two elements to it. If it's for work purposes, obviously it's better to buy it on the business than a personal expense, because any money that's not profit as an expense isn't taxed. So, for example, if you spend £20 on a game, that £20 isn't taxed because you're using it as a business expense, and it's important. And so the government don't tax it because it's obviously being put back into the business for purposes. But not only that, because we're a VAT-registered business, value-added tax-registered business, we can claim back our VAT. We can claim back any VAT on any purchase. So if we were to buy something for £1,000, that was from a VAT-registered company, we could claim £200 of that back off the government because we are it's VAT. It's so we can claim the VAT back. So, for example, when the MacBook Pro I bought, for example, it's what, like £6,000, £6,500. We get about 1,300 of that back from the government. So it's £1,300 cheaper than it would be otherwise. Which is obviously a big difference. Versus, for example, if so let's say that let's use that £6,000 laptop as an example. So let's say I spend £6,000. Let's say I'm given £6,000, right? As like wages or whatever, and then I buy the laptop with that, right? That's £6,000 I've gotten is after my tax is taken off. So to be given that £6,000, I would have had to have been given like, I don't know, like £8,000. Well, like 7,500 or whatever. The company would have to pay me £7,500, which is then taxed at 20%, and then I'd get £6,000. And obviously national insurance comes out of that, so the company then has to add a little bit more to that to cover national insurance contributions. So the company would spend, £7,500, £8,000, and then I would spend £6,500. So the total cost has been £7,500. Whereas to buy it on the business, the money in the first place isn't taxed. So you don't have to spend £8,000, you can spend £6,500, but then you get another 20% off that, so then you've only spent £5,000. So, it's a huge difference. And the reason for that is obviously because when you're putting back in, it's helping you make more money, and that's the point of a business expense, and why it's not taxed separately. Its profits are taxed. It's not a profit if it's obviously putting it back. Okay, I'm going to do addresses now because I've done all the postage stamps. At least I've done all the red ones, so that's annoying. Oh well. Right, I'm going to put labels on them now, so I'm going to go back to that screen, and we're not going to... I'm going to unplug the webcam, just in case. So I can put address labels on them. Right, let's do the European ones first. Right. So it's an important thing to do stuff as a business expense. Because it does save a lot of money overall. So it's, yeah. Yes, it is something I value highly. And it's something I had to fucking force Dan to do because he just never used to do it. He used to just not claim stuff as a business. He used to just not buy stuff in the business all the fucking time. And I'm fucking shouting, I'm going, you're just literally throwing money into the void for no reason. Just where you read off the addresses. Ah, yes, it's Flupen Flabenfloben from 6 Havenhauser Lane in Sweden. That's the formal name. I will say, right, I'm constantly amused by how just almost stereotypical a lot of the names are. Like all the Norwegian names are very Norwegian, all the Irish names are like O'Leary and shit. I always found that interesting. All the Australians are called like Cunt McGee and stuff. Classic. Miss Chester, has there been any indie devs you've been blocking getting codes for us just to relay? So, well, but no one explicitly blocks us from getting codes. Whenever we say we're blacklisted by someone, it's not like they've emailed us and been like, we're not talking to you anymore. It's just like they stop responding. You know, we're like, can we have a code? And we don't hear anything, you know? Like, and then there's grey listing, which is when they still contact you, like you're still on their press list, for example. Like for Nintendo, I still get all their press emails and like press releases and all that. And the PR will like still talk to us and all that, but they kind of ignore our code requests. Or grey listing can also be where a company doesn't actively try and give us a code, but if we ask for one, they will give us it, sort of thing. You know, we have to actually go out of our way, whereas a lot of people just get sent them. But and these are like the thing is, any bigger indies are doing it through a PR company, not themselves. And PR companies generally don't really have blacklists like that. Like most games now, we just get through like Keymailer. Most especially indie games are done through Keymailer. Not any email PR person or anything, which is both convenient and very annoying because if it's a game that like is a multiplayer game and we need obviously more than one code for it to do it multiplayer, you can't request more than one code on Keymailer. And then if it's like a Switch port of a game, if you already own the game on any platform, Keymailer knows you own the game and won't let you thing it again. So like if like a game comes out on Switch, you're like, oh, let's look at the Switch port, you can't fucking request a key because Keymailer's like, you already own that on Steam, and I'm like, what? Which is annoying. And there's also the slightly annoying thing where like on the Nerdcube channel, a publisher sent a code for the Crysis Remastered trilogy on Keymailer to Nerdcube, the Nerdcube account. But they sent us an Xbox One code for it on there. And in our back end, we don't say we own an Xbox One. Like, we hadn't ticked that we own an Xbox One, so I don't know why they sent an Xbox One key. And you can decline the key and say we don't own the platform, but if you decline a key, you can't claim another one. It's just declined forever. So, like, they try to send us an Xbox One key, I decline it, be like, we don't have that platform, and then you can't claim a different key for it. You can't claim it for another, you can't be like, hello, can I have it for a different platform? They don't let you. It's really annoying. And a lot of PR companies and stuff like that, they just sort of, they won't deal with you outside of Keymailer, which is super frustrating. But, let's say we don't really, we buy most of the games we cover now at this point. Because most PR companies and stuff, they kind of want guaranteed coverage. They don't want guaranteed positive coverage. They just want guaranteed coverage. You know, if they send you a code, they want to know you're going to do something. They want to know you're going to do something with it. Which, fair enough. It's annoying because our attitude is very much like, well, we don't know if we're going to do something with it until we try it. You know, it's. I'm sure they'd prefer to not do a video at all if we're just going to fucking, you know, slam them or whatever. But like, I get it from a PR thing. A lot of games, especially Switch games, Nintendo infamously Nintendo don't give many codes to companies. Like on Steam, for example, Steam games, like a PR company or a developer or whatever, they can get as many fucking codes as they want from Steam, as many free codes they want, and they can just send them to press, like, basically infinitely. You know, Steam codes is just like candy. Like, I've asked for Steam codes for some games and they've sent me 15. And I'm like, why have you sent me 15? Like, I don't know. I'm like, okay. Fine. But Switch codes, Nintendo just give incredibly small amounts of codes to publishers. To the point that they're really hard to get. And publishers are really like, I wouldn't say stingy with them, but they obviously only want, they don't want to waste them. They only want to give them to people who are going to cover it. And I get that because if they only have like 200 codes for all of Europe, because obviously they're region locked codes. And I say 200 codes for all of Europe. That doesn't really sound like that. There's some games where they've only, like a publisher only has 90 codes for all of Europe's press. And I'm like, 90? That's for all press in Europe and all influence in Europe. 90? And I'm like, which is obviously not enough. So they kind of give them to the big outlets and some really big streamers and people who they're not going to make guaranteed content for Switch stuff. Which is why Switch stuff's hard to get. But for really indie stuff, it's not that hard to get because a lot of really small indies, trying to get 90 people to play the game is already difficult. So the Rockstar 2K try and give you codes. I mean, Rockstar themselves, I mean, it's not like they've made a game in a long time. They did GTA 5, which they were obviously really friendly with us for. They were really friendly with us for GTA 5. I was in contact with a bunch of people from Rockstar's marketing, and they sent us loads of stuff, and they, you know, I made a joke to their press team, like an offhand thing, when they were sending out the press copies of like the PS4 version of GTA 5. I made a joke about me getting one, because I was like, because I wanted to really play it, but I obviously didn't have a PS4 or anything, and I said that in the email. I was like, oh, I'm excited to play it myself, but I don't have a PS4, unfortunately. They sent me a copy of the fucking game. Anyway, one day I just got up and there was a fucking copy of GTA 5 for PS4 on my fucking dust. And I'm like, oh, it was like 2 weeks before release. And I went, ah. And then you know what I did? I went out that day and I bought a PS4. I just went to game. I got on a train and I went to game and I bought a PS4 because I'm like, oh, I can't not take this opportunity. And you know, they sent us like stuff like they're called, well, they're often called press kits, but it's just like a load of swag, basically, you know. And we don't like taking them, but generally, if it's a game we already like, and they're like, can we send you a hoodie? We're like, yeah, whatever. Like, you know. I think I've got a GTA hoodie. It's floundered around somewhere. It's not like we've been any politer to them because of it. Like, they kind of don't really talk to us anymore. I mean, Rockstar, you know, they were really communicative with us for GTA 5, and then when fucking Red Dead came out, I had to really like press them to try and get a code, and we got one for Red Dead 2, and that was it, and I haven't had them since. They still follow me on Twitter though. Rockstar Games still follow me personally on Twitter, which I find interesting. And I was on streams. I was on Rockstar like streams. I don't think they liked me there because I just criticized the game. Like I was playing a thing with a load of other like random Twitch streamers and stuff like that. And like I respawned inside Michael's house in online, and I couldn't leave, and I couldn't kill myself or do anything. I was just trapped inside of Michael's house because obviously the doors don't open, and there was no respawn button. I didn't have any explosives really. I couldn't kill myself. I was just there. I was just sat there trying to be like, hello, I'm trying to send Michael's house, but none of them wanted to acknowledge it because it was really bad. It's awkwardly sat there. And like in one fucking race, like they have invisible cameramen. Like they literally will have a couple of, like a person, or a couple of accounts in an invisible helicopter that doesn't make any noise that they use as like a floating camera, but it still has collision. And I just remember like we're in this fucking race, and I remember just dying. I was like, I did a jump, and then I exploded in midair, and it was because I'd hit the fucking invisible helicopter, and they did not acknowledge that I hit an invisible helicopter. And we went to one of the new like apartments, the ones where you could change like, the color and stuff like that. And we walked into the apartment, and the apartment color scheme was Saints Row purple. That was the apartment color scheme. It was Saints purple. It was Saints purple. I went, oh, it's Saints Row purple, and no one said anything. I never got invited back after that. Doesn't the GTA Online have a menu option to turn on respawn? Might do now, but it didn't. I mean, it was early when I played it. When I did the stream, it was quite early in its life, and also, we were in a game. It wasn't like in free roam or anything. Did that video work? I mean, we've criticized Rockstar shit tons now. That's the thing. I mean, one of the things Dan quite likes, and has always quite liked about me being around, is because he doesn't deal with any PR people directly. So he has never bothered about personally offending anyone or bothering anyone. He has no personal skin in the game to criticize a company or anything. All he gets is the code from me. Like that's his entire relationship with them. Like God, yeah. Remember saying about the names just being really stereotypical? Like we, oh Murphy, fucking Walsh, and like, just, love names. Yeah, it's just, company's a bit weird with us. I mean, like, there was a period where, like, Nintendo tried to send a few codes. The problem with Nintendo's PR is Nintendo's PR are very, very, very good. They're actually one of my favorite PR teams ever, because Nintendo's PR teams send me press emails with a list of, like, every game that's released. They're the only fucking company, I fucking love them for it. I get an email, like, every week from Nintendo's PR with a spreadsheet, or a table, on it, showing that lists every single new release on the Switch in the past week or coming up. It lists the price of it, the publisher, the developer, and an email for the press contact for the game in a big table every week. It's the best thing. Oh my god, it's the best thing. Oh my god, it's so good. And all the PR people are really lovely there. But a lot of what happens at Nintendo obviously comes from the higher ups in Japan. And a lot of what the PR team want to do might not be that they're probably not allowed to do. You know. Much like every publisher like every game that was referenced in Fuck Yeah Video Games, I tried to find out like who the main developer was of them, and I offered to send them a copy. You know, I thought that was, you know, thought it would A, potentially be a bit of free press, and B, just thought it would be a nice thing to do. You know, I got like, Bethesda were really interested in it, like some like, you know, the people from Square, they tried to find like the original lead game director for stuff like the old Rainbow Six games and stuff. Some of the old game titles at Ubisoft, as well. But like, most asked for one. Bethesda, they want 3. The UK team wanted a copy for their UK office, and then they wanted 2 specifically. They wanted to send 1. They wanted to send 2 to the guy who's on stage a lot for the Bethesda stuff that isn't Todd. I want to say Phil Spencer. Is it Phil Spencer? No, that's Microsoft. Who am I thinking of? I can't remember. He's the other guy. He's the other guy. And specifically, Pete Hines. Yes, Pete Hines, Quietly Robin. They wanted 1 copy to keep in the UK office, and they wanted 2 copies to send to Pete Hines. Very specifically, so Pete Hines could have 1 copy for the office, and very specifically, so Pete Hines could have a spare copy to hand to Todd Howard. And I went, what? So, supposedly, Todd Howard was handed a copy of Fuck Yeah Video Games by Pete Hines, which sounds ridiculous. But I never heard anything from Bethesda ever again after sending this. I mean, I'm still on good terms with Bethesda's PR people, but like, I just never heard anything else about it, which I find funny. And Nintendo, for example, they were like, oh, we can't say that they were like a Japanese office and stuff like that. They will not be happy with it, but we'd love a copy for our own office, sort of thing. Because most people working in like PR firms and stuff like that are really into games and like really chill. It's just they often have their hands tied by like higher ups and shit. Is the thing. Have you seen that Scott Manley has a copy of Fuck Yeah Video Games? Yes. Well, because Scott Manley, along with lots of other people, were people we sent copies of the book to, like press copies, basically. We sent. Obviously, Unbound usually have a big press list of people, but because Fuck Yeah was their biggest book, like quite a way, and they didn't really have contacts. Like we worked at a press list together, basically, and I sent a load of people. Fuck Yeah. Like, basically, every person, pretty much, that we've ever done videos with got a copy. Got sent a copy. So, that's why Scott Manley has a copy, because he sent them. Right, I finished putting the labels on the EU, the European ones. I have 4 spare, which is good. 4. That's good. Four spare. They're stamped, but like whatever. Right, let's do as many American ones or many. So I think I've got more than half. I think I've got 2/3 of the rest of the world ones stamped. Right, I've got a pile here. I'm going to do the Oceania pile first, because it's a small pile. I was going to do the ones that were going to take longer last, but I think I'm going to do the ones that take longer first, because it is going to take ages to get there. So I'd rather it start getting out sooner rather than later. So I'm going to start off with the Australia and New Zealand ones. So to make sure they all get shipped off earlier rather than later, and then I'll ship I'll do as many US ones as I can. Then I'll ship the remaining US ones next week when I get the stamps. Action stuff was Unbound too. Yes, it was. That's why That's why Dan went with Unbound, because Ashton's highly recommended them. You just stuff through Unbound. Right. Can you try my address? If you pay us money, damn it, Peter. There's a few people, because there's a few people that had to print off labels separately for, because there were, after the whole annual fucking Patreon bollocks that caused a lot of people not to be able to get it, there were a few people who slipped through the cracks who I basically opened up a slot for, who couldn't get it on the first month because they literally weren't able to because they had an annual subscription, they couldn't move to it. And I opened them up a slot, and basically I did it with them, so they paid for 2 months in one go, and I would just send them the first one as well as the second one. That's another reason we have, like, excess, just for edge cases like that. To accept Lisa's payment. No. There are some of these labels that just have, like, someone's first name on and not second, which isn't very helpful. Like, I do my best to format all these addresses, but I only can work with what people give me, and if people don't give enough information for to get to them properly, then it's their fucking bad. Right. Like, generally, there's a lot of people in press like I have good contacts with, but one of the problems we have is I used to go to games events like EGX and stuff to like headhunt games and stuff, and find like neat games. I like John still, well, maybe pre-COVID, but John still likes to do stuff like that. John goes to events and finds stuff, but John does, like, you know, 7 videos a week on 7 games videos a week, and a lot of them on smaller indie games. And obviously, we've kind of went away from that, not because we're not doing smaller indie games, just we're only doing we're only doing 2 plays videos a week now. So it's not like finding and doing a lot of games press events and stuff doesn't really make any sense, because we're likely probably not going to cover it. Which is probably, like, I'm able to get Switch stuff quite reliably, because Dan will cover every single Switch game he gets a code for. He will do it eventually, because he does those big Switch streams. So it's guaranteed coverage. But, you know. To be honest, to be frank, Patreon also formats the address strategy. They format addresses really shitly in the back end as well. Patreon, when I look at the list of people, and it shows all their addresses in sort of a big list, it will, like, list the country. It'll be like, you know, this state and this country, you know, Queensland, Australia. But, like, when I actually get the spreadsheet doesn't say Queensland, Australia. It says QLD AU. Like, it shortens the country name. I think shortening the fucking state is fair, is fine, but it shortens the country name just to AU, and I'm like, I'm not just gonna put fucking AU on a label. So I have to reformat all the country names manually, because Patreon just doesn't give me that information, and also Patreon doesn't seem to require, it doesn't validate addresses or names, and also Patreon does a really stupid fucking thing where if you are outside the US, it asks for a phone number. It requires a phone number for international shipping. But it only bases if you're international, if you're outside the US. Which doesn't make any sense, obviously, because we're not in the US. So people in the US don't have to give their phone number, whereas everyone outside the US has to give their phone number to us. Which is stupid. And some people didn't put their address down because they didn't have a phone number. They didn't want to give the phone number. And I just kind of said to them, just put a fucking fake. If you don't use the phone number, just put fucking, you know, 777777777. They don't validate the phone numbers. We don't use the phone numbers. I don't know why they ask for the fucking phone numbers, and I don't know why they do it in such a stupid, shitty fucking way. Australia is AT. Oh yeah, whatever. The point stands. I double checked all of these. I didn't just do it based on, like, I just go, oh, that means I made sure I double check, reference all the country codes and stuff like that, to make sure they were correct. But the point stands. The point stands that they use country codes, and I didn't like country codes because shipping companies will, like, get them, but, like, I wanted to make sure they were as clear as, but, like, the whole point is you want to make them as clear as possible. You want to make them as crystal clear as possible so they definitely get to the right place. And it's obviously, it's a lot less ambiguous to write Australia than AS, you know. So I make sure they say Australia on them. And I figure, as long as they get to the right country, the rest is fine. You know, NSW, like this one, obviously New South Wales. If you're in Australia, well, it's fine. But I just wanted to at least get to the right fucking country, you know? Australia is AU, Australia is AT. Well, there we go. And that's another reason I like the country codes. I felt they were a bit confusing. Tuscan, do they validate? They, as far as I can tell, Patreon don't validate anything. As far as I can tell, they just... It's like basically just a blank unverified text box. Just stick whatever in there. It's just kind of annoying because I'm worried now that like some people aren't going to get their thing because their address is misformatted or whatever. I'm like... I've tried to format them as best I can, but obviously there's a certain level of it's not my responsibility after a certain point in time. Like, if you haven't put your address in properly, I don't know that. I can't know if your address is put in wrong. And if you put the wrong address in, it's not my fault, really, is it? It's very much their fault if they didn't put their address in correctly. It's their responsibility to give an accurate address. So, as I say, a lot of this is best attempts. Oh yeah, no, I'm sure the post office does the country codes, as I say, but I just you again, clear as possible, as clear as unambiguous as possible, just to make sure they get to the right place. And also for my reference, because you say about the post office, because going through them, obviously, one's going to Europe and one's going to the rest of the world. Obviously, have different postage prices. So the ambiguity between Australia and Austria, I don't want to be there, for example. Oh yeah, after a certain point, I can't do it. Like, Patreon's... It's not even Patreon. Like, after a certain point, it's like... It's not even Patreon's problem after a certain point. There is a... If you're expecting to get something in the post, it's your responsibility to make sure that your address is correct, you know. That is not a reasonable requirement. That is the basic. That's the most basic of requirements. I find it weird that I find something especially weird is that Patreon doesn't actually require you to have an address on your account if you buy if you back a benefit with an address. If you back a benefit with physical rewards, Patreon does not require you actually have an address listed. So there's a couple of people who bought the physical rewards, or who got the tier with the physical rewards, who didn't have an address. I'm like, why the like, why? What's that about? Why would you let people without an address back something that's a physical reward? And then I had to contact these people being like, you've not put an address, and they're like, oh no. I'm like, but you won't get the prints. Like, oh yeah, the prints. I'm like, oh. No. Oh, the label's dropped. Oh no. Oh shit, where'd it go? There it is. Bryce Winter. Are you able to say yeah, no, my just been correct for it? I mean, if it had Australia, if you put your country in as Australia, it will say Australia. I guarantee it. Although I'm going through Australian ones now. Yeah. Yeah. You're here somewhere. I know you're here somewhere because I'm printing a label. It's fine. There's a chance random people never have no computers to do this stuff. I mean, there's always a chance. Obviously, if someone puts a wrong address in, it can go to a wrong address. I don't know if, and you know, since Patreon doesn't validate it, and I can't validate it, put your fucking address in right. That's the rule. Are there any Africa Patreon tiers? No. The countries that these are going to are Australia, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, Ireland, Canada, the United States, Sweden, the Netherlands, Sweden, the Netherlands, Norway, Ireland, obviously, as I said, Germany, Netherlands again. A lot of Netherlands. Polish. Denmark. One to Indonesia, one to the Philippines. No, sorry, not one to Thailand, not the Philippines. One to Indonesia, one to Thailand. None to France, interestingly, and also none to Africa. I'll say only 2 to Asia. None to South America either. That makes sense. Most of our audience are from the US and England. Our third highest country is the Netherlands. So all of these statistics make sense. Meerkat, so you could legit put 1, 2, 3 internet straight into Patreon and accept it. Sure would. Sure would. Because it doesn't validate it. It doesn't try to. Just put whatever in a box, it'll take it. So I mean, you can put like that's what like people saying they didn't want to put the phone number in. You literally just write 777777777 and it'll fucking take it. You can have a phone number with all zeros and it will accept it as a phone number. Okay, I've done all the Europe, all the Oceania. So I've done all the European ones, the Australian ones, the New Zealand ones, the one Indonesian and the one Thai one. So now all that's left is the US and Canada. There's a lot for the US. There's a lot for the US. That's the second biggest market. There's not many for Canada, interestingly. Canada's like what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. 8 for Canada and like 100 for the United States, which I find interesting. I'm always surprised at how many Americans like Nagcube stuff. Not a problem. Like, it's a good surprise thing, but I'm always just because it's very British humour. We talk about a lot of British politics. So I always find it interesting the amount of Americans who watch. It's refreshing. I like it. It's interesting. Take your phone over to the comments. How many Aussie posts? There's more going to Australia than Canada. There's quite a few going to Australia. Obviously, our biggest countries that we are watched in are obviously countries where English is the first language, which is not a surprise, really, is it? There's quite a few to Australia here. A few to New Zealand as well. Oh, fuck. Just realised something. There were 2... I should have noticed that when I was actually packing them. There are 2 European ones in the pile with the Australian ones. So, 2 people, someone in Sweden and someone in Ireland, are... They're gonna get it. It's just that they're getting it with a stamp worth £1 more than it needs to be. On that pile. Special red stamp. Wow. There's quite a few to Australia. What's 5? 10, about 30. 30 to Australia. Just peel off the 2/5 stamp. No. Modern stamps can't really be peeled off. It's not a single, I don't know when you noticed when I was putting them on, but they have like 2 little tabs in them. It's not just a single sheet. It's got 2 little tabs on the back, and if you try and remove those 2 tabs, they'll stay and it'll destroy the stamp. Specifically so people can't do the, putting under a bit of steam and peeling the stamp off and reusing it thing. Of that, and they obviously stamp the stamp with an actual like ink stamp as well to show it's been used. Anti-tamper, yes, an anti-tamper serration. So once they are applied, they cannot be removed. Whatever. It's slightly annoying just because I had 4 excess European stamps and I have not enough for rest of the world stamps, so those 2 would have been nice to have, but whatever. Whatever. Doesn't really make that much of a difference. Why were they in this pile with the Oceania ones? Not a fucking clue. So mistake I've made, but thankfully, I mean, it's better putting your European labels on the more expensive postage than putting an American label on the cheaper postage, because that means it wouldn't get there. This just means it's just paying more for postage than necessary, which isn't the big deal. And it's only twice, so fuck it. Fuck it. Actually, I could. Take the label off. Actually, I might try that. Let's see if I can get the labels off without damaging the thing. I can print the address label off again if I need to. I'd rather not have to, but I can. I don't want to damage the envelope or something. I think that actually makes more sense. No point in throwing away £2 because I can't be bothered to take a fucking label off, is there? Where's my knife? Where is my knife? God, my fucking office is such a fucking mess. Oh, I cannot express to you the stress of having to do this. Not just because it's logistically annoying. It's just my office is a fucking it's a mess. There's just shit everywhere. It's annoying. It's really fucking annoying. On the stamps, I'd still be overpaying, but I think we could have 2 of the blue stamps instead of the US. I mean, yeah, you could do that. I say, as long as you have the full value of the postage, you can use whatever stamps to make up that value. However, I've got to keep those 2 European ones because I will use them. Let's get this label off. See, even if I don't reuse the label, I want to make sure, obviously, I don't want to have someone receive someone else's address. That's a bit GDPR breaky. Let's label on the other one. Ah, it's fine. Hey, sweet. Right. Immediately replace that with a different label. Ah, this is more efficient. Yeah. Fuck it. I can fix my mistake. I don't know why. I'm not going to bother fixing my mistake. I can just easily fix my mistake. Oh, that was the initial impression of all of us was like, oh, too bad we can't remove the stamp. Like, you just remove the fucking address label. Hey, Daniel. How you doing? I've repackaged almost all of them now, Daniel, into the more expensive envelopes, yet they are still cheaper to send than large letters. How fun. Yeah. You've been about watching TNG lately. Good choice, Daniel. I've been rewatching DS9 lately. When TNG was on Netflix, I was kind of putting random episodes on. I didn't do a proper rewatch of it because TNG isn't really you can kind of watch it in a random order. But I've been rewatching DS9 and having a really nice time. I'm up to season 6 now. I'm halfway through season 6. And I forgot I hadn't forgotten how good DS9 was, but it's sort of I kind of forgot how good DS9 was. Like, it's just fantastic in every single way. Oh yeah, fucking Dan spent too much fucking money on advent calendars this year, didn't you, Daniel? Oh, fun fact, everyone. I should have shown this on the webcam when I had it on. I got my Switch Nintendo 64 controller today. The Nintendo Switch Online one. I got it. It's atrocious. It's such an atrocious controller. I love it so much. Like, it's much like the SNES and the NES ones that Nintendo made. It's really good quality, obviously. It's brilliantly well quality. It's got rumble and everything. It's just really high quality. But it's an atrocious controller. It's just an awful controller. Which I find really funny. It's horrible to hold. And I went through playing some. I tried a couple of N64 games on the Switch with it. Oh, it's just horrible to use. Like, I tried Star Fox, and you just have to hold it at such a weird angle because it doesn't use the D-pad, so you just have to hold it with them. It's really unpleasant. It's just stupid controller. And they've actually got a screenshot button and a home button, like a Switch screenshot and home button on it on the back. But on the back right-hand side, they have a ZR button, but not a ZL button, because the ZL button is the trigger button that's under the joystick. So they have just this one weird trigger button on the back and then one underneath. And because it's only got A and B and the rest is a C stick, there's no X or Y button. So, like, if you go back to the Switch home screen, you can't, like, close a game because there's no X button on the fucking controller. I hate it and I love it. It's an awful controller, but I love it in the same way. Actually, I love it more than I love the Xbox Duke controller, because the Xbox Duke controller is just big and unnecessary, whereas this is just stupid in every single way. It's just stupidly designed. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Have I seen how naff the ports are? The N64 ports, Daniel? I mean, I only tried a couple of them. I didn't notice any of them being particularly bad, but I didn't have an N64, so I don't really know what... I don't really know what the expectation is. I tried Star Fox. Briefly. You told me to do a barrel roll. I mean, I don't really try any of those, though. I haven't tried the Genesis ones yet. You can't buy the Genesis controller in the UK yet, or the Mega Drive controller yet. Like, they said it was coming here, but they haven't released it yet. You can buy it in America. You just can't buy it. You can buy it in Japan. You can't buy it in the UK for some reason. You think you can buy the Nintendo ones. I don't know if it's just some licensing thing they haven't sorted out in the UK yet or something. I don't know. Some games have to save to the Game Pack expansion slot if not emulated, so no Ghost of Mario Kart. Oh, that sucks. That's weird. Because they've added in fucking online play for them, but they've not added in... That's weird. The Nintendo Switch Online Plus thing's a bit interesting, because it's quite a lot more money. And for it, you're literally just getting, like, some N64 games and some Genesis games. It's not good. It's not a huge selection of games. I mean, it's a nice selection of games. You know, having Ocarina of Time and fucking whatever the Moon one was, the Zelda game's nice. I mean, you can play Mario 64 without having to buy the Mario pack. Wow. You can play fucking Dr. Mario 64 if you want a worse Dr. Mario experience than normal Dr. Mario. I prefer having them than not. It's a bit fucking steep, isn't it? Just a steep asking price they want for them. I mean, we're on a family plan. Everyone. We've got a Nerd Cube family plan. We have a family plan for a surprising amount of things. I realize. We have a family plan for Switch Online, which is Dan's family. And then I have a family plan for YouTube Premium, where I'm the daddy in that one. Yeah, like Switch Online, like literally the family plan on Switch Online is so much cheaper than the normal plan. And it's one of those things that, like, if you can get together with a group of friends and go, okay, let's just all enter into a family plan together, it becomes super fucking cheap. And yeah, as Dan says, it's like $10 a year. If all 8 slots are filled, it works out $10 a year per person. $10 a year per person, which is it's a fucking great deal, actually. $10 a year per person is a fantastically good price for the Switch Online, but you have to put in some work to get that price. But I think it's worth it. Honestly, $10 a year, fucking. Even if it just did even if it didn't have the N64 stuff, I think it'd be worth it for that. But need friends for that. I mean, yeah, it's fine. It's not the N64. I say I like Nintendo doing these special controllers because they don't just work on the Switch. Like, they're just Bluetooth controllers, and they have a USB-C slot on the back. So I can just plug this N64 controller into a PC and just use it as a N64 Bluetooth controller on PC, and it's official. Same with the SNES one, and same with the NES. Although the NES ones are a bit annoying because they only charge via fucking Joy-Con slots. They don't charge via USB-C, which is annoying. I suppose if you didn't have a Switch, you could just get a fucking Joy-Con charging dock thing. But still. But I really like the SNES one, and I really like the N64 one, even though the N64 controller is atrocious. It's atrocious. The SNES one is totally fucking worth it. It's just a really nice controller to have. I think the SNES one. Where is it? There it is. it's a really good controller to have, and it just having proper X, A, B, and Y, start and select, D-pad. It's got the 2 triggers, and it's got Z and R as well, that they've added to it. So you can basically play anything with it. That just, you know, doesn't use the 2 joysticks. It's just a really nice retro-y controller-y thing. That's official, and it's made by Nintendo, and it's got USB-C and Bluetooth. It's pretty good. And let's see this. The 64 one I don't really get. I don't know how they went from more, like, they reduced the amount of face buttons. I don't understand that. They went from, like, they went from having A, B, X, and Y to just having A and B. And I'm like, okay. Fine. Fuck it, again. Ugh, horrible. That's what's annoying about the N64 controller. It's an atrocious controller, but Nintendo did a really good job at remaking it and reselling it. Like, it's a really good quality product. It's just a shit controller. Shit controller. Oh, such a shit controller. Oh my god, I love it so much. Like, it's one of those, like, controllers are one of those things I really like collecting. I just really, like, not like different colors of controllers or whatever. I just really like, I just really enjoy having lots of controllers. Like, like, for someone who lives alone and doesn't really play games with anyone locally, I have a weirdly large amount of controllers. Like, I think I counted, and I have something like 35 controllers in my house. For different systems and just, you know, I've got a fucking I've got a NES blaster. I've got an NES blaster. Never owned an NES. I just got a blaster, like, think about a blaster in CX for like a $5 years ago, and I've got a NES blaster. I've got those NES controllers. I've got the SNES controllers. I've got the N64 controller. I've got every single iteration of Xbox controller. I've got a Duke. I've got an Xbox S controller. I've got a 360 pad. I've got an Xbox One pad, an Xbox Series X pad, and an Xbox Elite pad. Got Switch Joy-Cons. I've got PS2 and PS3 controllers, and a PS4 controller. And a PS1 controller. Got a Wii. Got Wiimotes. Got a Wii U controller. What thing? I've got a Wii U Pro controller. I've got a Switch Pro controller. Got a lot of fucking controllers. How many did you use, though? Barely any. Just kind of... See, controllers, I kind of accumulate them, but I never like getting rid of them, because I don't know, I have a fascination with them. Some people kind of like collecting keyboards, and I like controllers. I think controllers are just... I don't know, they show evolution in, like, style and design and, like, what they thought was hip at the time, and, like, some of them are just these massive, stupid departures, and they're experimental and shit, like the 64 or the Xbox Duke controller. I just enjoy them. And especially since doing the backlog slug stuff, I've really enjoyed using the original controllers. Because I think it really changes how you interact with the game. Like, when I do N64 games, I'm going to use the N64 controller, because that's the way they would have been played. And I think it's how people would have played them at the time. And I think it's just a really interesting thing to explore. The joystick's really good in the 64 controller. That's nice. I've got a Steam Link controller as well, with the weird fucking touchpads. Vive controllers. I've got an NVIDIA controller, like an NVIDIA Shield TV controller, which is this weird little, like... It's meant to look low poly. It's like an NVIDIA made controller. It's meant to look low poly, which is really weird. Like, I have an NVIDIA controller and a Steam controller. Like, it's just weird. What other controllers do I have? Got a load of fucking stupid Labo controllers. They're neat. Can you use the N64 controller on your computer? You sure can. It's just a Bluetooth controller. It's got a USB-C port. You can connect it via Bluetooth, or you can connect it via USB-C. It'll just work. That's why I really like those Nintendo, like, themed controllers, because they're not just for the Switch. You can use them if you want to buy one of their N64 controllers and use it on your PC in like a N64 emulator. It'll work. I just really like it, because it just means you're not just buying it for the Switch. You're just buying it as a general use controller, which I really like. The Steam... I didn't like the Steam controller. Well, I liked it in concept. It was just much like the Steam Link. It was just made incredibly cheaply. So it just had loads of QC issues, and it just was really rough around the edges. I think if they'd have made a better build quality one and sold it for like 10 quid more, I would have liked it a lot more. It felt so cheap. And especially because, like when it comes to PC controllers especially, I'm comparing it to the fucking Xbox Elite controllers. Both the Series 1 and 2. Like, the Series 1 was really good, and the Series 2 was way even better, and it's like, nothing fucking comes close. The PS5 controllers come kind of close, but even then. You know, the fucking Xbox Elite controllers are all fucking, like, the metal and, like, nice textured rubber, and they fucking feel weighty, you know? And they just have all the, like, nice little customizations, and even the PS5 controller, I think, feels really nice, and I really like the triggers, but the Xbox Elite controller has this level of quality that it... this feeling of quality that no other controller even fucking touches. Steam controller was a nice experiment where they were being sold for $5. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, but it's annoying because I like that they were selling cheap versions, but I kind of wish they would have made a Steam Controller Pro version and, you know, sold it for 40 quid, but actually made it really high quality. Because I prefer a more expensive high quality thing rather than, you know, cheap thing that's gonna break. Matt, have you tried the Stadia controller? No. I do not have a Stadia. Why would I have tried a Stadia controller? Question mark. Right, okay, I have packaged. I've labelled all of those. Right. Yeah. Right. How many do I have left? How many more stamps do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49. Oh, 50 exactly. Which is especially annoying because each one of those sheets is exactly 50 stamps, and if they'd have had one more sheet of those stamps in stock, I would have been able to do all of them. That's annoying. Now that being said, I do have exactly I do have just about 100 of those blue stamps left, and now in theory I could put 2 of them on each of these ones left, and that would make up the total cost. It's just that would come to what? That would come to. I'd come to £3.40. And I feel like spending an extra £1.20 per thing is a bit of a waste. So I think I will just get more stamps. I say, I would have had more stamps, but they literally did not have enough of these stamps in stock. They said, back before your time, they said, normally we would have had all these stamps in, but since everyone buys them online and they just don't have much in, I'm like, oh. Okay. Cool. And I would have ordered them online. I just, I only got these envelopes today. So, I didn't know if they were going to be any good, and I want to buy loads of postage for them. Without, right, they are all the ones that need stamps. I'm actually going to label the rest of these that don't have stamps on. I'm going to put the address label on them. Do I have any 8-bit do controllers? I don't. There's a lot of controllers I want to get. I just don't have. Right, let's put address labels on all of these. Just so they're all out of the way, and then all I need to do is put stamps on them. That's all I'll need to do is put stamps on them. Well, this is a really fun stream. It's very entertaining just listening to me doing packaging logistics. Wow, so fun. I really like these. Daniel, if you're still listening, I really much prefer these way more expensive mailers. I really prefer them. I really prefer them to the international ones. I mean, we can talk about tax if you want, MD. Well, I did talk about tax earlier. I did talk about tax earlier. Right, let's do that. And do that. Right. Yeah, I like these more expensive envelopes a lot more. Not only do they take up a lot less space, like they come in quite small packages, whereas the the large ones came in huge packages. And they just feel quite nice quality, and they're nice to load, they're nice to package. And I think they'll be nice to unpackage. They'll be nice to open as well. Even though they're 60p more expensive than the other ones, they just... I don't know if they're worth 60p more. They don't feel like they're 60p. They don't feel like they should be 4 times the price, but they do feel better, and they feel high quality. And because they're properly climate neutral as well, I think it's worth the price. I'll say they're still cheap. They're still cheaper than we were expecting to do for the international ones anyway. We were expecting to pay £4.20 per one. Now we're only paying £2.20. So spending an extra, 60p per envelope on the packaging is fine. Just for the international ones, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, after a pack, I've kind of decided in my head now that I'm gonna keep using the Lodge eco mailers for UK ones. I think I kind of like to use these high quality ones for all of them. It's just if I start using these high quality ones for the UK ones, the savings we would make from sending normal size letters versus large letters wouldn't offset the extra price of them. They'd just become 30p more expensive than they are now. We're using the larger mailers, and I really like the large mailers. So, if I'd rather keep using them actually than these ones. I think the larger mailers are better than these ones. For international, the savings are enough to justify it. How fun! What fun financing! Wow! I love talking about fucking budgets. God, I hate me! God, I hate him. Such a boring cunt. I say surrounded by cardboard and fucking backing tape. At least you can tell which ones are international and domestic. Yeah, that's true. I don't mind them being in different packages. I don't think it's that much of a faff to have them in different packages. They're different tiers. I am doing them separately anyway, and I'm shipping them separately. I do have to take these to the post office in this method, but it isn't that big of a deal, I don't think. I took all the UK ones to the post office in one go, and I carried them. I didn't roll them. I just physically carried them in 2 big bags. Which, granted, did really hurt my neck for 2 days, because I did carry 35 kilos of mail. quite a way. But yeah, I can just do 3 trips. Fuck it. Just do 3 trips. Post office. Doesn't really make that much of a difference. Fuck it. Here you blame John being set for a mine museum. I'm not excited by this. It's my job. I guess the thing about these packaging streams, this is my job. This is very much me doing work. Generally when I do streams, I'm just doing here's things I'm interested in, I'm having a fun time. And this is just this is very much me working. Doing just back-end logistical shiz. I don't know how entertaining I could make me doing bookkeeping every month. Listen to me fucking reference a spreadsheet and mark things off while I get receipts. Wow. How exciting. Oh, listen to Matt format address spreadsheets for an hour. Listen to Matt on the phone with his accountant trying to figure out the best way to manage all the tax. Wow. You know what's annoying about spreadsheets? I use both Microsoft Excel and Apple numbers. I use both. Because both do different things better. It's really annoying using both. Setting up mail merge. Oh, how exciting. Oh, setting up email spam filters. Wow. Wow. How exciting. Most of the back-end boring stuff is what I spend most time I do. Color coding recipe. Yeah, Apple numbers is a big pain in the ass for a lot of stuff. I find it format stuff to look nicer. But Excel is way more usable. And frankly, for spreadsheets, I want that. If I'm using a spreadsheet, it's because I'm doing something awkward and finicky. And I want it to be aggressively, I don't need a spreadsheet to be pretty. I need it to be functional. That's the point of a spreadsheet. A PowerPoint presentation or a Word document, yeah, I want them to be formatted nice, and I will use fucking Apple Keynote or Apple Pages. But fucking spreadsheets, I'll use fucking Office. Actually, I use Word and Pages simultaneously because I have an Office 365. We have Office 365 subscriptions. We get it with our email. We get it with our business email. How exciting! So we all have the full Office suite. I don't know. The Apple suite is free when you get it comes with any Apple system, so I just have that as well. And I'll kind of preference using an Apple thing, but like Microsoft have a lot of faults. Their Mac suite of sort of professional apps, their Excel, PowerPoint, and Word for the Mac are legitimately the highest quality thing Microsoft make. Period. Like Microsoft is infamous for doing everything in like this really shitty sort of like awkward workaroundy way, whereas their Mac apps are just genuinely really good. It's kind of annoying. And what annoys me about it is like Microsoft make really good apps for Apple. Like Microsoft make really good apps for the Mac, and Apple do not make good software for PC. I don't for Windows and never have. Google also makes shit apps for iOS, and Apple makes shit apps for Android. Yeah, Microsoft stands out on making good apps for the Mac, which is interesting. Right, so I'm off the day again. Thanks for making the end of the work day fly. Well, this is my work day. Oh, I put my feet under my desk. But the pile of cardboard is so high that it's become a footrest. Apple makes apps for Android. I mean, yeah, you can get Apple Music on Android. You can get Apple Music on Android because they sell it as a service. I actually don't know it's shit. It's Apple. They kind of do the bare minimum for for other platforms. With the Windows version. The Windows version of Safari was shit. iTunes is still on Windows. And it is a piece of shit. Like, they have web apps now. Like, Apple Music has a web app. So on Windows, like, it's better to, like, the Apple Music app, like, web app, like, if you go to the website, is fine. But it's like, you can't replace iTunes with it because, like, if you're a Windows user and you want to, like, sync your iPhone or something, you have to use iTunes. And if you want to, like, rip your own music, you still have to use iTunes. Like, the Apple Music web app is just good for, like, the streaming stuff. Whereas obviously Apple Music on the Mac, the app is an evolution of iTunes with the TV and film stuff taken out, but it still does all the same like playlisting and CD ripping and automatic smart playlists and all the all that sort of shiz. But they've kept iTunes and Windows the way it is. Because on the Mac they moved sort of iPhone and stuff syncing. They moved that to Finder. They moved it out of iTunes, they moved it into Finder. And obviously TV is a separate app now. Like what used to be all in iTunes, they've separated off into like 3 different apps, which I actually prefer. Whereas on Windows, they just kept iTunes. Clearly just because it's the only way to sync on Windows and they don't want to have to remake something new. But I find it really unpleasant because I use Apple Music as my music thing. Both to sync my actual, like, all my CD rips across my devices, but also I like it as an actual, Spotify type thing. But every time I ever want to listen to music on Windows, I just give up. I basically just end up giving up. I always try and I just end up giving up because it's just fucking fun. Like occasionally I've wanted to watch like, there's a weird thing. So like Apple TV, the app, you can get Apple TV on like an Xbox and a PlayStation, whatever. And if you sign into your Apple account on there, not only does it show you like, the Apple TV Plus stuff, original, whatever, like the Netflix competitor, but it also shows you like anything you've bought in iTunes, like any films or TV shows you've bought on iTunes or Apple TV. So like if I signed into it on like Daniel still uses an Xbox for like his TV stuff, just as a Blu-ray player, literally just as a Blu-ray player. But I got the Apple TV app and now I signed into it because then, all of the movies I own and all the TV shows I own are just on there now. But on Windows, the only way to do TV stuff is either through iTunes, but then if you go into the web app, the TV web app, it only shows you Apple's TV original stuff. You can't like look at your entire library on there. So like DS9 and stuff, I bought all the Star Treks on iTunes or Apple TV because Netflix. I don't really like paying for Netflix, and also I had they were going to remove them, and I thought, fuck, I'll buy them. You can buy the entire. Actually, it's really expensive to buy them per series. And it's like, they charge 40 quid a TNG series. And I'm like, 40 quid per season? Fucking hell. But then you can buy the entire show for like 50 quid. So I bought like all five. I bought the original series and I bought the original series TNG, DS9, Voyager, and Enterprise for like, I don't know, 110 quid or something, all in. Which, yeah, I'm fine with that. That's a fine price for all of them. All the entire filmography, and I'm watching it through Apple TV now and stuff, which is, I've been watching DS9 through that now, which is fine. But then every time I want to watch it on this PC, it's just I can't. I just give up. There was actually a slightly annoying thing about the way Apple does TV shows, because when you buy a TV show on Apple, like I'm just gonna say Apple TV. When you buy a TV show on Apple TV, if you buy it per season in that £40 format, in the back end, once you've bought all those seasons, it will display as a show. Like in your list, it will display as Star Trek: The Next Generation, the show, and you'll click on it, and then it'll like sort it per season. You can click like season 1, season 2, season 3, and it will list every episode. So you can click season 2, and then it'll show you like, you'll look at season 2, and it'll have a list of the episodes, you know, like 1 dot, and then the name of the episode. But whenever you buy a collection, like an entire show, like if you buy like TNG: The Complete Collection, it's not a bundle of the seasons. It's not like a bundle of all 7 seasons. It's its own product. So when you buy like TNG: The Complete Collection, it's just one big block. So in the back end, it displays as 1 season, and then it's just a list of every episode, like episode 1 to episode 162, and then numbered 1 to 162, and the name of each episode is like, you know, episode 1, season 1 will be like 1 dot season 1, comma, episode 1, comma, and then the name of the episode. And it's really annoying. It's a really annoying thing that they've just never fixed. And I don't know whether it's a lot of publishers don't bother using a bundling system Apple has in the back end because they have it for movies, or if Apple just doesn't have some back end formatting for bundling TV shows. I don't know. Either way, it's a really annoying pet peeve of mine. And I didn't want to buy TNG as a collection. Specifically, I didn't want it to just be a fucking solid block of every episode in TNG just in a big fucking list. I wanted to be able to sort it by season. I mean, you kind of can if you just search the words like season 6, it'll just show you everything. But like, I wanted it to be properly formatted. And I was half looking at the fucking other seasons going, oh, I could buy all the TNG for, you know. Actually. Hey Siri, what's 40 times 7?
40 times 7 is 280.
280 quid! 280 pounds! It would have cost me 280 pounds to buy all the TNG just as individual seasons, so they were formatted right, and it only cost me 120 pounds to buy all 5 entire shows. Just bundled. I get annoyed. I don't think Apple have really put any effort into fixing their TV store, because I don't know. I don't even think they're trying to compete with Netflix or anything anymore. They're like the film store. They've updated a lot over the years. Like, if you buy a film on, well, it's still Apple TV app, but if you buy a film, they've made a lot of effort. When you buy films on there, they're in 4K HDR. You know, they have Apple iTunes Extras, which is just like a DVD menu. So if you buy a film digitally, you get a DVD menu with all the DVD extras, which is great. I love being able to buy a digital film, but still get all the DVD extras. I love that. 10 out of 10. And, you know, they did a thing a few years back where every movie you'd bought, they said, oh, we're introducing 4K to, you know, Apple movie store. But every film that you've already bought in HD, if it has a 4K version, you'll get the upgrade for free. And you did. I'm like, most of my entire like library just got upgraded to 4K for free, which was excellent. That made me very happy. That films I'd bought in 2010 for like 5 quid got updated to like the 4K fancy HDR version for free. That was a good. I was happy with that. And they got fucking DVD extras and shit. like a shit 480p file I bought in like 2008 was upgraded to like a 4K fancy HDR version with all the fucking DVD extras. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. If I bought a DVD back in 2007 and I wanted to buy the fucking 4K Blu-ray with all the shit, I would have had to pay fucking 20 quid. It's free. Nice. So they've done that for the film stuff, but the TV stuff, they've just not fucking done anything with. It's just been the same fucking store for like 10 years now. They've not made any improvements to it. They've not changed how it works. They've not added any extra things. You know, on Apple Music, you get your stuff in lossless, in Dolby Vision surround, and you can get fucking animated album art and all this bollocks, and the movies can have all of this extra shit. You know, they've tried to add extra value to the purchase so that it's not just, you know, buying a file. But TV, they've just not done. They're just not bothered with TV, which annoys me to no end. Because I like buying like, I like buying all my media digitally, and especially TV, because I use loads of different devices. I've traveled frequently before COVID, and I travel reasonably frequently after COVID. And I use a load of different devices, and it's just nice being able to just, no matter what device I'm on, I can just open it and play, you know, I can just watch an episode of Black Books. You know, DS9, it's nice because it gets tracked over every device, and I can watch it on every single thing, and I don't have to pay Netflix any money, it's just, I have it. So I really value having stuff digitally, it's just fucking annoying. It's just annoying. There's no real alternative to it. You know, the only alternatives are just as bad. Prime TV shows are just as badly formatted. Google's are just as badly formatted, and fucking like hell you're gonna buy a fucking like hell you're gonna buy a fucking double a thing on like a PlayStation. You know how like Xbox has their own TV store, and it's like, oh, I'm not buying a fuck. Like, you can fuck off if you think I'm buying a thing on that console that I'm probably gonna have 5 years, and the store's gonna shut down, and I'm gonna be on next to me again. There is one print. I have one extra label, and I think it's because there's 2 European ones that don't have an address label on that are spare, and I think it's giving me an excess, so I need to pack one more and put a label on it to someone called John. Hi, John. You're the last one I've packaged. Congratulations. American John. Wow. Right. Is that all of them? Yes, it is. Oh, fucking fantastic. Right. I still have to put stamps on them. That's not. That didn't take too long. That took 4 hours for me to repackage all the American ones. And that's included me putting the stamps on them and the address labels. So, that's not bad. And that's about, what, a third of the entire amount. So, oh yeah, I've definitely got faster since the first time I did it. 4 hours. That means... I think doing all of them, like start to finish, if I get a stack of like 400 prints, or 430 prints or whatever, to package, label, and stamp all of them, I think would take me about 12 hours all in. 12 hours all in. And I'm thinking if I separate out the international and the UK ones, to just do it on separate days, you know. Do international ones one day and UK ones another, because they're going to be in different packaging, they're going to have different stamps. That would help split it up, so I don't have to, yeah. Yeah, fuck it, okay, sweet. And now these are normal letters. I was really worried about scaling them up for internationally, to the point where I was half debating, I was half wondering whether we should even keep doing them internationally, if it was such a fucking fanny. But now, if we're just doing them as normal letters, they don't need custom stamps, they don't need customs forms, and they're cheaper to ship. So suddenly, the international ones are significantly easier, like significantly easier than they were before. So we could scale these up, potentially. I was worried about scaling them up earlier as well, because I did the UK ones, but these are fine, and then I started doing the US ones, going, oh god, no, I can't. The scaling these is going to be fucking exponentially difficult. The more I scale it, the more difficult it's going to get. But now, I put a label on backwards. I'm putting them right way around. But now it should be easier if all I need are stamps. And as well, keep in mind, I mean, so Royal Mail and the post office offer a similar service. The post office is called Click and Go or Drop and Go. And Royal Mail, it's called something very similar, but they both do the same thing in that effectively you just will get all your mail. Like, so I would literally just get my, these envelopes that I've just done with the address on them and no stamp. And I'd put them in a big bag. And I'd basically just give a manifest. You know, I'd have a bag and I'd just say, in this bag there are 200 and, you know, let's say 275 envelopes. They all require £1.25 stamps. They're all identical, you know. And then they would take that bag. They would put shipping stamps on all of them themselves. So all I'd have to do is just, I wouldn't even have to stamp them. Granted, like, out of all the time-saving things, that's the one that takes the least time. Like, putting stamps on these doesn't really, like, I'd save half an hour out of over 12 hours. Like, I don't mind putting stamps on them. If anything, I like putting stamps on them. That bit's easy. But the advantage of the post office is that obviously wouldn't have to buy stamps. And how they do it is you have an account, and you basically just pay in money to that account, and then they debit it from that account. So, like, you know, every month we could put in like £500 in just a post office account. Just give them all the mail, and they would do all the fucking postage for us, and they just take the money from that, and that'd be easier. It'd be more work for the people at the post office, but, you know. I don't think it costs anything. It sounds like it's all over a pain in the ass. Not really, no. It's been a pain in the ass to figure out. It was a pain in the ass with the bigger envelopes, just because of Brexit. Just because of Brexit and the customs stuff. But you don't need to do customs forms for these normal size envelopes because they're just a normal letter. And all that's in them is a piece of card. Right? Like, effectively, from a customs perspective, these are Christmas cards, right? Like, that's a fact. They're pieces of card in a normal size letter envelope, like, so they don't need custom stamps, which makes my life a lot easier. So much fucking easier. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm gonna go with these more expensive mailers, because I think they're nicer, and also, I think if we ever want to put anything else in them, these cheaper mailers, they're kind of tight as they are. I don't think we could fit anything else in them. Whereas the other mailers, they have a bit more give in them. So I think, you know, if we wanted to put like an extra print in one more or a fucking card or whatever, we could without worrying. I also think they're a bit lighter. There is a slight problem in that the postage for these, it does it based on weight. So there's the max weight for a normal size letter is 100 grams, and the cheapest for a normal size letter is under 20 grams. So there's like under 20, then there's above 20, and then there's, I think, there's 20 to 40, and then there's 40 to 60, and then 60 to 100, I think. And these stamps are based on the fact that they're under 60 grams, but they are 59 grams. They were 59 grams. So, if we put anything else in them, it's going to put the weight over, which means it's going to be more expensive. But if we had a Royal Mail account, it wouldn't matter, because if I bought stamps and I couldn't use them, it wouldn't. If I had a Royal Mail account, it wouldn't matter, because I wouldn't buy the stamps. I could just weigh them and go, oh, these are a bit more expensive this time. Here you go, you sort it out. Whatever. Right. Right. I'm going to put all of these in the bag. Ow. Right. Pull up my headphones slightly, and now I can only hear out of one ear. That's what happens when my headphone is. God, I want wireless headphones. Fuck me. Where the fuck is the parts I used? Oh, why is there a red nose still on the floor? Fuck me. Go to my office! Fuck me! Oh, it's such a mess! So much fucking cardboard! Fucking hell! Infinitely dress level 6 grams. I think if it was 60.5 grams, they're not gonna care. They're not gonna care. I think they're not. I don't think they're that anal. Well, actually, saying that, the weight I got from them today was 59 grams, and that was one I had with a label and a sticker on it. So that was, I took both in. I took both different, I bought both mailers in, and both of them had the address label on, and they had, the Nike, like, sticker on them. So, that should be fine. Okay, I cannot find my, I cannot find my fucking bag. Whatever. Right. Let's put all this box on out. Right. There's a slight annoyance now, because effectively, previously I thought I need 3 types of stamps now. I need 3 types of stamps. If they were under 20 grams, they'd actually be the same price everywhere they were going internationally. Even to Europe, or, like, it'd be the same price to send one to Ireland or fucking Australia. It'd be the exact same price if they were under 20 grams. But that's not going to happen. They're 60 grams. It's fine. The ones who want you to handwrite 200 custom stickers. No. The ones who want me to handwrite 200 custom stickers are the Border Force. Customs and Border Force. They're the Customs and Border Force. The price of postage is Royal Mail and the Post Office, not the Border Force. Like, a difference of a gram, they don't really care about. They're not very anal. Customs Force are very anal. I mean, Customs Forces are always fucking anal, but apparently after Brexit they've taken anal to a whole new level, you know. They've got butt plugs and everything now, like, fuck. Let's put these in there. So I have a stack here, which I need stamps for. 50, exactly. I'll see if I can buy another 50 stamps while I'm there tomorrow. I wonder if they'll have more in stock, but I doubt it. But, oh my god. Oh, I just looked at the floor under my desk and there's a pile of fucking... A pile of cardboard! Fuck me! Oh, I wanna die. Get on there. Fuck. Ah! Mother. Fuck! Ah! Ah! I'll have to do something with them. Fucking hell. I hate that I'm gonna have to say throw away. Recycle them, but I hate that. Oh, fuck it. Fuck it. This was the only practical solution. Thanks, Brexit. This is literally this. You know what? I don't feel bad about this. This is Brexit's fault. This fucking pile of cardboard I have to recycle unnecessarily is legitimately, specifically Brexit's fault. Thanks, Brexit. Fucking. No, Ramona's. Fuck off. Oh, at least they can't tell us how bendy our bananas are supposed to be, fucking Brussels. Fuck me. Now the UK government can fucking impose really unnecessary bullshit, shit, tarts. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna eat dinner. Thanks for making that easier for me. As I said, the past times we've done these. Doing these on stream actually is way easier than not doing it on stream. I find it very focusing to do them on stream. It makes it a lot less tedious to just talk while doing it and chat. So I appreciate it. Fuck off. Did any of you fucking see that? There's a fucking, like, there was one of the Insulate Britain climate activists, like, on a radio talk show or something like that, and they were like, "What's your job?" And he was like, "I'm a fucking woodworker, a fucking, I was gonna say lumberjack, no, you know, carpenter." And he goes, "Oh, how is that eco-friendly for killing trees?" He's like, "Because trees are fucking sustainable and we can grow more." And he's like, "Oh, but you can grow lots of things." He's like, "Well, you can't grow concrete." He's like, "Yeah, you can grow concrete." And the fucking climate activist just was silent. Was just in a stunned silence for like a while. The guy went, and the guy abruptly ended the interview and went, "Oh, he thinks he can kill trees." And I'm like, okay. You know what fucking concrete's made of? Limestone. Do you see any fucking limestone trees around? Because I fucking don't. Oh, it's those fucking people who were fucking the ones promoting Brexit. I'm like, okay, Mr. fucking Concrete Tree Man. I'm glad everyone listened to you. Oh, I'm glad the country's listened to you, and now we're fucked. Thank you. Appreciate it mildly. I appreciate it greatly. Fucking hell. I thought it came from a lime tree. They even put it on the draft cost. The fucking that's why I don't like those things, because they're never meant to be. Debates are always framed as this fucking like, oh, there's battle of intellect. You know what? Debates on fucking talk shows and podcasts are completely fucking pointless. You know why? Because everyone who likes the podcast host is going to agree with the podcast host no matter what the other person says, and vice versa. So it's a waste of time that just makes everyone fucking angry and hams up views, and both people on the debate will declare they fucking won. It's a waste of fucking time in every sense of the word. I hate them with every fiber of my being. I said that a lot at the Apple Store today. He said, he said to me, why didn't you like, because I went in, and he said, oh, because I went in with the AirPods that literally came out today. I was like, I want to return them. He's like, oh, and I'm like, I hate them. And he's like, oh, I hate them. That I don't like how they fit. I hate that they're quieter. And then we were like talking about the new MacBook Pros while we were waiting. And then I'm like, oh, I really hate that the notch doesn't actually go to the full, it doesn't fully encapsulate. There's a slither of menu bar below it. It doesn't like the menu bar isn't completely flush with it. And I'm like, oh, I hate that. And then I'm like, oh, I'm gonna hate this about the AirPods Pros. I hate that I have to squeeze the fucking squeeze the stems rather than just tap the side of my head. And he's like, I hate a lot of things, don't you? And I'm like, yes. If I use tech all the time, if I use something all the time, it's tiny annoyances add up, and I end up just fucking hating it. But hey, at least it's magnetic now. At least oh wow, at least my AirPods case is magnetic now. That'll come in real handy. For all those times I need to put my fucking AirPods in the fridge. That is genuinely something I could do now. Wow, I can stick my AirPods to a fridge. Right. I've not got the new MacBook yet. I'm even greater. By the time I got it ordered, it was on back order, so I'm not going to get it till I was quoted between the 15th and the 19th of November, which is annoying because that MacBook would have been really fucking handy this week specifically. Incredibly handy this week. Alas. Actually, I'm going to double check that. It's, yeah, the 19th, actually, between the 19th and the 26th. The week after. It's annoying. It's too far away. Because it would be genuinely very fucking useful now. Incredibly useful. And my Apple Watch with blood oximeter will arrive at the end of the month. Between the 29th of November and the 3rd of December. So, those two other things that I would actually quite like now for work and health reasons are a month away. But it's fine. It's fine. It's fine, I'm not paranoid about my blood oxygen level or anything, because I'm a... You know, I spoke to my GP today, so I've just got a brief tangent before I leave, about getting a booster jab, if I'm eligible for a COVID booster jab, because COVID would impact me more severely than most people, because I've had a pulmonary embolism now. I am at significantly increased likelihood of getting a blood clot in future, forever, for the rest of my life. I am significantly more likely to get another blood clot. And getting COVID increases your blood clotting level significantly. So I'm already increased risk generally, but if I get COVID, it's actually incredibly likely I'll get another pulmonary embolism. I would assume that would make me vulnerable and at risk, right? Shortly. Turns out it doesn't. He says, oh yeah, you're more at risk from COVID. And I went, oh, okay. And he went, but you're not in the most vulnerable list. And I went, oh. So, what? So I'm more vulnerable to COVID, but I'm not more vulnerable to COVID. Okay. Third jab's no, third jab would be fine. It was AstraZeneca that fucked me up. I was fine with this. My second jab was Pfizer. I've had mixed. You know what? If they offer me a third jab, I kind of want them to give me Moderna. I want to have all three. Fuck it. Let me have all three. Let me be the man. Genuinely. I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. I'm going to ask if they can give me Moderna. I want to try it. What about J&J? Oh, J&J, I don't think we have over here. The 3 we have are Moderna, AstraZeneca, and Pfizer. And J&J is a one jab thing. User. Anyway, yeah, it's fine. I'm fine. I'm gonna. I got AstraZeneca first because they had leftovers, and then I got blood clot 2 days later. And then they gave me Pfizer for my second one because they thought AstraZeneca was dangerous. It's fine now. Apparently, I have higher protection, but also not because it's not fully tested. So I don't know. Most of my medical things in the past 6 months have basically been people shrugging at me, which isn't very reassuring, but it's fine. That's why I want a blood oximeter in my watch that I can just check passively all the time, because that would be helpful. That would be very helpful. Here we go. I'm gonna make dinner. Shit, I'm gonna have burgers. I'm gonna have a burger. I'm gonna have a spicy bean burger. Delicious. Yummy, yummy. Yeah, go watch the Nerdcube Genesis Noir video. I think it's good. And play Genesis Noir. Go play Genesis Noir. It's a fucking Game Pass. It's excellent. Goodbye. Wait, is there anyone to raid? It's a normal time. People might be around. Or it's just going to be like my fucking luck that every time I am ever finishing a stream, no one is fucking streaming. Because it literally happens every fucking time. Oh, it's just the chicken channel! It's always the chicken channel! Why is no one else streaming? It's fucking... It's 11. Still? All right. Fucking 11 PM. Who else is streaming? Recommended channels. I don't know any of those people. No, I don't know any of those people. I follow lots of people. You know, I follow let's follow. How many people do I follow? I don't watch Twitch, I want to point out. I only follow people to specifically. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. I follow 36 channels. Just for the purposes of rating. How is no one streaming? How many are the chicken channels? One of them is the chicken channel. One! Singular. Fine, fuck it. Fuck raiding. I hate raiding. Fuck it. I have to find more people that stream around this time to... Because I don't like raiding people unless I've vetted them. Because, you know, most streamers and YouTubers are shitheads. Actually, that's unfair. They're not shitheads. They're massive steaming piles of cunt. Oh, I just got, my watch told me I'd reached my stand goal while I'm sitting down. Very useful watch. Thank you. Fine Americans. I hate Americans. They speak in American and they think the day goes after the fucking month. And they insist that 24-hour time is military time. It isn't like, and universal healthcare can't work. Even though every other country in the world has it. You know, America are only one of 3 countries in the world that don't offer maternity leave legally. Every other country in the world offers it. Literally every other country. Aside from America and Sudan and one other country. Anyway, there we go. I got there in the end. I got to complain about America in the end. I thought it was only 2 countries. Actually, let's double check that. I'm going to double check that because I retweeted it earlier. She isn't treating today, but Laura Kate Dale's after streaming. I follow Laura. 8 countries. One of 8 countries that paid maternity leave. One of 8 countries. Let's just check this. Okay, so where offers 0? Nambia, Botswana, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Malawi, Madagascar, Ethiopia, Somalia, Sudan, Egypt, Libya, Nigeria, Cameroon, Gabon, Congo, the Central African Republic, Ghana, Burkina Faso, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Guinea, Guinea? Yeah, Guinea. Senegal, India, Sri Lanka, Oman, Yemen, 85 countries. Syria, Iraq, Iran, Jordan, Pakistan, China, Kazakhstan, Mongolia, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Thailand, Cambodia, and Papua New Guinea. And North Korea. And America, the United States. They're all the countries that don't offer paid maternity leave. You notice there's a bit of a weird outlier there, isn't there? Switzerland also offers 0. That's interesting. Switzerland offers... And the Netherlands only offers a week. And Ireland only offers 2 weeks, where the UK offers 39 weeks, France is 27 weeks, Italy is 27 weeks, Germany's 44 weeks, Sweden's 57 weeks, Russia is 146 weeks. Ukraine's 148 weeks. Japan, 52 weeks, gives you a full fucking year. Iceland, 26 weeks. Canada, 61 weeks. So yeah, the United States is paired with mostly poor dictatorships. So... fits in nicely, because that's America. Anyway, there's your I'm angry at America rant, because I've got to have one. This is why the only prints I've not actually put labels on, the ones that is like half the American. Everyone else is getting it. Half the Americans aren't going to get it as quickly as everyone else, but it's a bit, should be used to that if you're in America, shouldn't you? Shouldn't be used to that. Shouldn't be used to it. Oh, wait. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Fairfox is wrong. I scrolled down too far on the page. That's paid leave for fathers, not mothers. For mothers, only 8 countries have no paid maternity leave, which is oh wait. Suriname. Is it Suriname? Papua New Guinea. Are they? Oh, some of those nations are too small to be seen on the map because they're small islands in the Western Pacific. Only 3 countries on the map I could actually see have 0 paid maternity leave. It's Suriname, and Papua New Guinea, and the United States. Every other country has paid maternity leave. Every other country has national paid maternity leave, like, required. Every other country in the world. Every single African nation has paid maternity leave. Every single one. Every single European country has it. Every single Asian country has it. Every single Middle Eastern country has it. Just aside from Papua New Guinea, Suriname, and the United States. Good job, America! Wow, best country in the world. Go fuck yourselves, you fucking patriot cunt. Hate America. Every day I hate America a little more. Okay, bye!